But we don't have all the information. And so I think as a reader, you have to piece together what's being said between the lines of the story.
Yeah. I mean, so I think a lot of really great literature asks these kind of existential questions of why do bad things happen to good people? And this is not that. This is, in the first half of the story, we have a very unlikable character and basically gets hit by a bus in the second half of the story, which is the last 25 words. So it was very satisfying to write, to have that kind of, I think, a Roald Dahl sort of morality of bad things happen to bad people, and we find that very enjoyable.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the idea of the cat as being, an exercise in learning to love something that would die was just from my own life. That's why I got a cat. I thought that would be good for me. But then I kind of wanted to use that in a story. And there were many, many longer versions of the story. But when I finally got to this version, I got to the end of the sentence. I'm like, oh, there it is.
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
And so in your version, the girlfriend, the new girlfriend dies accidentally? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes, for sure, accidentally, but karma.
See, this is what I love about Flash, because I totally read it as, like there was a sinister thing that the jilted wife was responsible for that freak accident.
Oh, you could read it whichever way you want. Absolutely, yeah.
See, maybe that's how dark I am, because I just go to that really, like, bitter place.
Yeah.
But so that's the beauty, is just, I think with Flash, there's so much that can be left out, and what's left out is just as important as what's left in a story, to really just let us as readers, make our own connections with these, bits of information that we're given. That's great. Thank you so much. And I also wanted to ask you, because I think you have a background in linguistics, a PhD. And so I was curious, because I think Flash challenges traditional structures in terms of narrative and language. And I just wondered, from a linguistics viewpoint, how was Flash appealing for you with that sort of background?
I think with Flash, it can be quite maximalist. You can write a very expressive piece in 100 or 200 words, but it also lends itself a lot to a very minimalist style of writing, so trying to get the biggest story possible in the least amount of text. And I think one of the ways I try to do that, not so much in this story has a very high ratio of commas to words, but I like to remove a bit of punctuation and just strip everything back and kind of write in a way that I think people talk. Yeah, we were sort of discussing that before about linguistics. People think it's how people should talk, and it's not. It's how people actually talk. So my dream would be to have a character, in the narration saying "would of" instead of "would have." I'd be like, yes, like I've succeeded as a linguist and as a writer, because that's what people say. Or advice I want to use it in all of my stories. And she said this, and I said to her, I said that, and I use that all the time because I love that, because it's noticing what people say and
how they actually talk to each other. And I think that's what I do love about your writing. It does feel very natural, and and for example, like this whole story, I think it's just one continuous sentence, and it's just how you would imagine someone relating such a tragic story to someone in just a hurried manner, and sort of, it's...
But that she's ultimately free. That's how I read it. That's how I wrote it. But then, she is free from fear and attachment. The sweet joy of the way. She's found it, He was right. This is how to...
That's true. She's
achieve
transcended
nirvana.
now.
Yep.
Yes. Well, I think, it's great. Amy, thank you so much for that one. And I think we'll have Mabel read next. That's right.
Great.
And I think I'm just going to read Mabel's. So Mabel Gibson is a Yamaji writer. She spent her childhood in Albany and moved to Geraldton as a teenager. Her Flash and micropieces have been published in once a selection of short stories and twice Not Shy, 100 short stories by Night Parrot Press, and Marbiddy, Next Generation Black Writing by Mugabala Books. You're going to read something also from our
Yes,
second
I am.
collection.
I'm just going to read a piece called 4 Months. I started to walk by the river in the winter so I could complain about how cold I was. When I got sick, I knew it was my fault. I had a sore throat and I hadn't smoked a cigarette in 3 years, but now suddenly I was addicted to nicotine for the second time in my life. There was a boy who told me he loved me and I never opened his message. I dreamt that he would sit next to me as a friend, but he never did. I played the cool girl and I played the sweet girl and I played the girl whose heart was broken and I played the girl who broke someone's heart. And I was young, but not as young as I am now. I told people that after 19, you stop feeling like you were getting older, but I was only 20. I carried myself like I was 16 kilos lighter than I actually was, and I looked in the mirror a lot, and I always saw something that was not me. Some nights I found it hard to keep myself alive, and other nights I sat on a dirty couch that belonged to a boy who did not care about me. I dreamt that in 20 years we'd be on a clean couch with rings on our fingers, but I don't even know his middle name anymore. I cleaned dishes. Sometimes I ate from them first. Other times I just wanted to feel the warm water on my hands. I felt ugly and I felt sexy and I felt until I believed there was no feeling I hadn't touched. I cut my hair and I grew it out only to cut it again. The world, I'm told, was falling apart, but I didn't see it happening.
Oh, thanks, Mabel. There's so many lines that I love in that story. But I think one of my favorite ones is, and I was young, but not as young as I am now. And I just think there's something so wise about that, but also mysterious. Like
Yep.
it almost sounds like something like a riddle from the Sphinx or something. Like it's like this very, very wise statement. But then it's so honest and relatable.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I really respond to, and I think what other readers respond to with your stories is that very open and honest voice that comes through, which I think is really important in Flash because we have such a short amount of time to get people's attention that I think kind of establishing that sense of trust with the reader is really important.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how did you come about writing this one, and
What's
your process?
I actually wrote this in 2020, and I wanted pretty badly to write something about COVID.
Yeah.
And I was 20 at the time when I wrote it. Oh no, 21, I guess, because I was 20 in the story. But I guess I was just a selfish 21-year-old, and the story didn't even have a single mention of COVID because I was too worried about everything going on in my own life, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think it's relatable because even though things do go on in the world, you still have to carry on with your life, and there is still the mundane things like heartbreak and work and all of those types of things. They have to carry on as well.
They absolutely matter. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, and I think, and do you think, kind of, as someone who has, I guess, grown up in fully in the digital age, with social media, TikTok, Tumblr, messaging, do you think that Flash, do you think it's does it work well as a form for expression for your generation and younger generations?
I definitely think that it's becoming a lot popular, like, within my generation. I think it does have to do with, like, growing up on the internet to some extent. I often compare, like, some of my own writing to things that I saw when I was 14 on Tumblr. I think a lot of Tumblr blog posts can be compared to Flash. It was kind of like an online Flash forum in itself, in a way. It's all very poetic. And yeah, I do think that growing up on the internet makes it really an easy sort of genre to kind of write because of how we've kind of abbreviated everything down. So we can kind of say, I do feel like my generation can kind of say a lot without having to say anything, and I do think that is a lot of what Flash is. It's like leaving space for, well, personally, it's a lot of leaving space for my readers to make their own stories as well through my own personal experience.
Yeah, and I think that's a really lovely thing to be able to kind of have that almost collaboration with a reader.
Yeah.
And yeah, you feel like you can really, you really trust them to make their own interpretations and fill in the gaps with the story. Yeah, I think it's a really beautiful relationship that you can have in that way. Thank you, Mabel. Paul, I think we'll hear from you next. So Paul J. Laverty is a Scottish-Australian writer and journalist living between Western Australia and Goldfields, Victoria. He's published 2 novellas, Man Overboard and Cider Country, and the recently released short story collection, In the State of Excitement, got it there, which contains 52 stories inspired by the suburbs of Perth. He's the host of The Quiet Carriage, which airs across Australia on the...
Very well. Gabby's just out of labour. You should bloody well hope so after a day and a half. Well then, tell us, what is it? It's a girl, he sobbed, his head falling onto her shoulder. A beautiful baby girl. Florence reached out her arms to hold him, but found she couldn't. That's... Congratulations. Thank you. You'll just love her. She has your eyes. Oh, I'm sure she does. What are we waiting for? He lifted her handbag. Let's head on up. Florence gripped the handle. Listen, Martin, I'm actually feeling a little chesty. She forced a small cough. So, if it's all right with you, I'll see her at home when the weather's not so miserable. And, really? He interrupted. Gabriella's entire family are here. Can't you come up and have a peek? I'd rather not, Martin. She unleashed a larger cough to end the matter. Sure. Martin let go of the bag and stepped back. Whatever you want, Mother. Oh, and Martin. Yes, Mother. Be so kind as to pay the man, would you? Martin sighed and removed his wallet. How much do we owe you? $18, said the driver. Call it 30 if you want to drop back. Martin took out 2 red notes and handed them over. Thanks, mate, he said, not offering any change. Oh, and congratulations. Thank you, Martin, Florence said, closing the door. Bye, Mother. Onward, please, driver. She tapped the headrest with the wooden point of her umbrella. The taxi moved, and Florence relaxed. Her hot pot wouldn't have dried up, and she'd make it back in time for the start of MasterChef. 8 granddaughters was too much. If it had been a boy, a first grandson, she'd have raced right up there and settled for cheese and toast and hearing about tonight's first episode from the neighbors. But not for another girl with her eyes. That could wait.
Thank you. So I think that one's about 500 words. So,
maybe, somewhere around there, a bit longer.
Maybe a bit longer. And I just think it's amazing just how vividly you've drawn those characters in such a short story.
It's a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know? Fitting it into that sort of small box, and I love it,
Yeah. I mean, I just think Florence is just, she's just, you can picture this very cantankerous, awful.
From Subiaco. No, there's anything wrong with Subiaco, but that's the title of the story.
But yeah, well done. And I just think, and there's good use of, dialogue there as well to kind of also hint at, things that are being said, but then we get the sort of inner glimpse of her annoyances and her, opinions.
I think that's the thing about Flash. I think the stories themselves are actually a lot larger, but you just want to show that tiny little microcosm, but hint at there being this universe outside that.
Absolutely. And when you went about writing these stories, did you set yourself the task of writing 52 stories,
God,
or
no.
how did this collection come about?
I became a father 2015, so I was trying to write screenplays, trying to write a novel. I never really thought about Flash before, and I just didn't have time anymore. I was primary care of my daughter. My wife was working full-time, and I quit. I was teaching at school. And I just didn't have the concentration, as you know,
Yeah.
as parents, you know, to write anything longer. And Flash, you can. I mean, you can run off something potentially sometimes in an hour or two, and it's there. You know, it's not like a novel which you're talking a year or two minimum, or a screenplay where you need to get all these other people involved. So I think that immediacy, that just you can just do it quickly, and it's there.
Yeah, and it's satisfying, isn't it?
Yeah. Not all of them. Some of them are longer.
Well,
but
yeah. But I think it's, yeah.
And it is
feels
satisfying, yeah, what you're saying.
satisfying in that you feel like you can actually complete a story without toiling away for years and years,
Exactly.
like with a novel.
Yeah. And then I just, another one, and suddenly I thought, oh, I better do something with these. And what you're saying before, it's hard to get published.
Yeah.
You know, I took it to sort of the major publishers, and not sure why, maybe it's growing in popularity, I hope so, but that's why I put it out myself, just to put it out in the world. But it's great that you guys exist, and hopefully, something is catching light.
Yeah, I think so. I think there is, you know, I've definitely seen, just in the last decade or so, just a growing number of online journals that publish Flash, you know, as well as, sort of more boutique publishers that are willing to take it on, like us. But
It's quick to write, but it's also quick to read. You can read it when you're on the train, or
It
you know,
is.
and that's it. And
Yeah.
so I think that appeals, especially now. People's concentration spans.
Yes.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but
I know. Yeah. I mean, that is a question that I would like to put to all of you. Is, you know, I mean, do you think that Flash is, you know, a product of our times or for our times? Like, is it because we can't concentrate, or what are your views on that?
I think sadly, I think so. But no, but I think that detracts from, you know, the art form itself.
Yeah.
I think it's great, but it's probably gaining a little bit more popularity because people just don't have the time to sit there and read a 500-page novel, you know.
Yeah, or the inclination, I think. I mean, I just think it can. I think we all have those reading muscles, and I think Flash requires a different set, right? Like it's a different set of muscles that you're using, and when you're writing as well. But Megan, we want to also make sure that we hear your story today. So, if you don't mind, I will just. Megan Anderson is a recovering features journalist. Her flash fiction has survived slush piles at Reflex Fiction Quarterly, the Bath Flash Fiction Award, and the Bridport Prize. She moonlights as an artist under the guise of hangdog art. She wrote and illustrated Word of Dog by Fremantle Press, a book about humans. She recently won first place in the Reflex Fiction Summer 2022 Flash competition. And you're going to read something from our newest anthology.
Brand new anthology, Wet from Laura's water
my
bottle.
water bottle that leaked in the bag on the way.
This is called Always on My Mind. I pay top dollar for the Elvis suit. She's worth it. I knock, guitar in one hand, rhinestones glinting in the porch light, and she greets me in a bathrobe. Perfect. She's perfect. Right down to her dropped jaw. Adorable. Don't speak, I say, shimmying past her and falling to one knee on the flaccati. I strum a few chords and go baritone. Love me tender. My voice catches on the emotion. She's feeling it too. She's wide-eyed, clutching her robe to her heart, trembling. I'm nailing it. I knew the sight of my skinny ass in form-fitting white satin would sway her. The weekly roses were a warm-up, the surprise visits to her workplace, the cologne-soaked letters, the parcels on her doorstep. All of it grist. This is the clincher. We'll tell our grandkids this story someday. I'm tackling that tricky bar chord in the bridge when he appears, also in a bathrobe. He's not feeling it. He's got me by the shoulder pads before I'm halfway through the chorus. A discordant clang bounces off the night as he hurls me and my sixth string out the door. I shrug. We belong together. She knows it. I grab the Kero from the boot of my Fiesta and slosh a heart shape onto her driveway. She'll love it. I maraca the matches. I strike a pose.
Oh, I don't think I'm ever going to listen to an Elvis song without picturing the scene now. It's just, it's so well done. And I think what really works about this story from a Flash perspective is that we're dropped straight into sort of the crisis point, right? It's the middle action of the story. We don't have any background except for what we kind of hear about him, I guess, these flowers that have come and the perfume-soaked letters. But other than that, we know nothing about this stalker who, at first we don't realize, it's kind of, and then it just unfolds gradually, and you realize he's more and more delusional. But I can't help liking him. I don't know. There's just something
nice about
a little
him. Sort
bit
of naive about him.
Mabel's like, no. And I think that's the thing. Like, it has the potential to be a very dark story, about a stalker and someone who's obviously not wanted in this person's life. But I think your use of humor in your writing it's a really great way of kind of adding a layer to a story to just, make it more palatable and, lift it to another dimension.
I think humour's really useful for that. Because it's a pretty creepy story, really.
Yeah.
But, and it could have been written quite straight and
Yes.
creepy, but I think humour's always a great way of parlaying a message or a story in a way that's a bit more digestible and relatable.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking about humour a lot in writing because a lot of Flash actually, it seems to be a trend at the moment in journals that a lot of Flash is quite dark and
Yes.
quite bleak,
Yes.
and it's not very fashionable to write things that are a bit
No.
funny. And I kind of get that because there's this sort of rule of thumb that that Flash should not have a punchline finish.
Yeah.
And I agree with that because I think, especially in Flash, endings are really important,
Yes.
and they've got to have a bit of nuance and a sense of something carrying on beyond, a bit more complexity than a punchline allows. But so I don't really like to write jokey, but
Right.
just a playful use of language and
Absolutely.
playful dialogue and just a slightly quirky sense of
Yes.
things that's where my ideas tend to come from anyway. Like,
Nice.
seeing some guy walk down the street carrying a stuffed carrot. There's a story. I've got a notebook full of things like that. And I think,
Yeah.
what's the story there?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I like things that are a bit offbeat, a bit off kilter, slightly incongruous.
Yes.
So and this story actually was written as a result of a prompt, and
Right.
I was required to write in the genre of romance, and I knew that I wasn't going to be able to do that very well straight, so I immediately thought of a way to subvert that. So that's when this story came to mind, and
Fantastic.
yeah, it was fun to write.
Yeah. And I think that's what Flash should be too, is that I truly believe that you are able to sort of break rules with narrative and form with Flash. And there is that playfulness that I think is really what is appealing to a lot of writers. I know, for example, Susan Medalia, who's written her own collection recently, she said, so she's written several novels, and she said after the last novel, she just was really exhausted and just really felt like wanting to play a bit with her writing and language, and I think it does allow for that, which is really great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know so you're also a visual artist. You do some mixed media art. Do you find, are there similarities with the process of?
I think there are.
Yeah.
My work is to do with dogs, and very seldom do I make a dog image that features a dog sitting nicely, looking at the camera, smiling, as it were. It's always really, when I think about it, it's kind of in the middle of a story. Like something's happened. The dog looks like it's just been sprung doing something it shouldn't, or it's just tripped over itself, or it's having a chat with another dog or with a person. There's always a sense that there's some movement and there's something's happening or has happened or is about to happen.
Yeah.
And I hadn't really thought of that consciously, but I think that's what appeals to me, this sort of sense of capturing a moment, but also suggesting a bigger story within that moment. And I think that's why I like writing flash so much, is that you don't have to labour over it for years, but you can suggest a lot in a short space.
Absolutely. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that with your art, but yeah, there's definitely that sense of they are in motion, aren't they?
And also my titles, I like playing with titles, which are only, 2 or 3 or 4 words long. Yeah. But I like to suggest a bit of a story in them as well. So,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. So I think it would be interesting to hear from all of you. What do you think are the biggest misconceptions of Flash that, either by readers and writers? Do people often say, Flash, isn't that, you just write really fast, don't you? Like it's like speed writing, speed dating, like speed writing, and what have been your biggest sort of annoyances or frustrations when it comes to explaining what Flash is?
I guess that one, and also as a result of that it is somewhat trivial, and that's a shame because it doesn't have the heft of a novel, but they're just not the same thing. You can't compare them. So I think I would like to see a point where writers can write flash. A writer can call themselves a flash fiction writer and be taken seriously in the same way that a writer can call themselves a novelist and be taken seriously.
Yes.
Because it's an art form.
Absolutely.
And it's actually harder to write short than it is to write long.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Because you've got more words to play with in a short story or something, so you can wire on a bit.
Yes.
As my friend Tim would say. But you can't do that in Flash. You have to be really precise, and it's quite it takes a bit of
That's
effort.
right. Yeah. Mabel, do you agree with that?
I think that it's working. Is it?
Is it on?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that it is like a kind of misconception that it is an easier form of writing. I wouldn't say that. Not that I don't have any experience writing much else at all, though. But I wouldn't say when I write a piece of Flash, it's easy. I think it's a very precise sort of way of writing. Like, you have to really think about each individual word, and not even just like, and I mean even like filler words, like in and the and. That every word has to be like very purposefully placed, and I think people don't really recognize that. But it does take me, like, if you look through my journal, you can see it takes me a long time to finish the piece. It usually starts off really long, and then it's a lot of taking out so many words, and individual words, like not like sentences, like you have to get down to the words, like it has to be quite precise, which I think people don't really recognize.
No, I don't think so, and I think it's that idea of every word earning its place. Is really it's so true, and I think I'd like to again just mention Susan Medalia had said that it's almost like putting on like a corset. Flash, it feels really uncomfortable at first, but it gives a pleasing shape once it's on. It's like, but yeah, there's just kind of you have to get. I think you bring up a good point about editing with Flash, which with all good writing, editing's extremely important. But I think with Flash, it's even more so because there really isn't anywhere to kind of hide with Flash. Whereas, with longer pieces, you can kind of let exposition and some other things kind of, you can meander a little bit there. And but with Flash, there's just no time for that. There's no room.
It's a bit like poetry. In a way, you've got such little real estate there to play with. But I love what you were sort of hinting at, that it's like a painting. That's, I think, how I see Flash. It's like describing and kind of expanding a painting, just that one single shot. I really like that. Yeah.
I think there's always kind of debates about poetry versus Flash. And I think, yeah, I mean, you have written some poetry, Mabel, as well, haven't you? And I just think, yeah, it's, for me, I think the way that I see Flash is more of like a little short film in a way,
Yeah.
almost like a video,
Yeah.
and then poetry for me sort of feels more static, like a photograph or something, or a painting. Yeah, I think that's a good way of describing it.
Yeah.
I think the hardest part I find with writing, when you're pushing the boundaries of what a story is, so you've removed all the elements like developed characters and this sort of thing. Sometimes I find myself asking, not is this good, but is this a story? And so I have a writer friend who I trust, and I wouldn't just share Flash with anyone because it's quite vulnerable to say, I think this might be a story, but do you think this is a story? And they're like, no, that's not a story, that's a tweet. Like that's, so that's the thing I find.
Yeah, that is challenging, isn't it? And I think there's a tendency to want to flesh things out just because of those expectations of what people know of short stories, but those can be, 2,000 to 5,000 words. But yeah, I think it's an interesting, sort of exercise to kind of force yourself to, edit your work with Flash quite brutally, maybe cut things in half even. So, yeah, I think, we might stop there because I think we're getting towards the end of the session, and we'd love some time for people to ask questions if you have any. Do we have any questions?
Mail, why did you call your book A State of Excitement?
Well, you might remember, and some people here might not, remember it used to be on the number plate? Perth was the state of excitement.
The irony wasn't lost on a lot of people apart from the Department of Tourism.
Perth is many things, right? But the state of excitement, maybe not so much. So I just stuck in my head from when I was a kid. And it's not used anymore. I don't know what we know. We what's it say? I don't know. I don't even know what our tagline is. But yeah, it just stuck with me, and I was like, I'm going to use that one day. So and it just seemed apt. Yeah. Thank you.
With all four stories, when I was listening to them, what really struck me is that you all have like an incredibly strong point of view of character. And so I was just wondering, do you start, just what comes first, the character or the story? So do you actually have that really strong character in mind when you're telling the story, or does the story reveal that character?
Good one.
Who wants to go?
Who wants to tackle that one?
I tend to start with either a really great opening line, which sort of relies on clever language, or a really strong concrete object, I think. So, and then the characters kind of follow. So it's quite, that's what I love about writing Flash is, one of the stories is about a giant clown's head in the front yard. And then so I followed that, and then the characters kind of reveal themselves. But that's the concrete object that I wrote around. And
Amy, I took a photo of one recently because have you seen them?
There are two, if you drive along
if you're going down to
Freeway
Freya.
North. Oh, yeah, they're just everywhere, these giant clown's heads.
I took one and I was going to send it to you to say, it's your story.
Yeah.
So good. Any other questions? Yep.
When you are setting the scene for a short story, how do you kind of approach that? How do you know, I think you said something about that what you leave in is just as important as what you leave out. How do you decide, what parts of the story, what parts of the setting to, describe and then what parts to leave ambiguous?
Good question. Meg?
Well, some of that happens in the editing, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm always conscious of making sure that it's grabby. So if I feel like I'm being a bit boring, out it goes. And that usually involves, going right into some action and staying there and then getting out before it gets tired. So that's generally my approach.
That's a good one. I think also sometimes if you read your stories aloud, I think you can often hear where you are stumbling a bit or hesitating, and usually that that implies that you need to maybe remove that line or something. Not always, but often that can be the case.
I think that's true. It's almost like 90% editing.
Yep.
Definitely with my stories. The fun bit is so short, and then it's
Yep.
the editing. But yeah, that's where you spend most of the
I
time.
love the editing.
I do too.
Yeah.
Because I hate the blank page.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Linda and I love it so much, because we're both trained as editors, and we're just, we're brutal. But
Yeah.
you guys still kind of like us, so thank you.
It's very gentle.
Yeah.
One more? Yeah? Great.
I just wanted to also say, Megan, your award-winning story from Reflex was amazing. So if anyone hasn't read that, I would Google that because it's an absolute masterpiece. But I just wanted to ask the panel about titles because they're obviously so important in Flash, and I think it's quite challenging to find a title that's not gimmicky and is not too obvious. And I would just be interested to know what your approach to that is, if anyone has any thoughts on that.
It's a great question.
Yeah, totally worth spending time on a title. Sometimes I find my title ends up being what my last line was, or somewhere else in the story.
Yeah.
Because a title that you have at the beginning is often a little not quite right.
Prescriptive
It has I feel like the title has to come after the story's written for me.
Yeah.
Anyone else have ideas about that?
No, you go.
I actually really struggle with finding titles. I often send pieces, I think, just without titles, because I do really find it difficult, especially trying not to take something out of my piece to make the title. With the story 4 months, like that was quite easy because I had just written about the last 4 months of my life. But I do find titles a bit of a struggle, and I haven't really perfected that yet at all.
I think they're really challenging.
But they're so valuable because you've got a word constraint, so you can convey a lot in a title that you don't have to then put in the story.
That's right. And I think, like in Amy's example from today, that does a lot of heavy lifting for the story. And I think without it, we would lose, so much of that.
Yeah, the other half of the story.
It's really, the story wouldn't exist without it.
But if I don't have a winning title in mind, I'll just call it like, there's a story with a train, so I called it Train. Like, sort of let that one slide a little bit. And that's fine,
Yeah. But I think it is a good question, because I think a lot of times, in Flash competitions, it seems that, there's some super long, clever, bizarre titles that are coming through, and you just think, how did they come up with that? But I like your idea, Megan, of letting it kind of reveal itself when you're writing, and it might come after you've done a lot of editing.
Yeah, and if it does end up being the last line, I won't leave it in the story.
Right, it becomes then the title. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Do we have time for one? We don't. I'm so sorry, but feel free to come up and talk to us afterwards. Well, that is the end of our session for today. Thank you all so much for coming, especially on a Friday morning to the city. But I hope you found this valuable in terms of, learning a bit more about Flash fiction and what it is. And we really hope that, you can start reading it. And feel free to come up to any of us and ask questions if you have some following this. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you.
you hear me here? Yeah. Good to go. All right, we might make a start. Hi everyone, Kaya Wanju, hello and welcome. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting today on the land of the Whadjuk Noongar people, and I take this moment to offer my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to our audience here in Perth, as well as our online audience streaming in from Ubud, or Bali actually, in Indonesia. Very warm welcome to you all. My name is Chris Lin, and I'm delighted to be your host for this morning's conversation with our guest author, Xiang Lu. By way of an introduction, Xiang Lu's work has appeared in KYD, Southerly and Westerly. He holds a Master of Letters from the University of Sydney, and he's written for television on Malaysia's Astro Network. In 2011, Xiang won the Glendower Award for an emerging Queensland writer for his book, The Whitewash. He's based in Brisbane, Australia, and Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Can we please make Xiang welcome? We're in fact very lucky to have Xiang, because I understand that he's had some flight issues in trying to get to Perth in the first instance. So you're very welcome, Xiang. And yeah, really delighted to be talking to you today about your book. And if I can just introduce it very slightly. So The Whitewash presents an oral history of a fictional cinematic debacle called Ubud Empire. Now, it's a spy thriller which stars, for the first time in cinematic history, an Asian male lead. Now, this should be a watershed moment for Asian representation. But as we find out, it doesn't quite play out that way. And what's meant to be a historic moment to smash the bamboo ceiling ends up as a bit of a cinematic fiasco. So where does it go wrong? I think The Whitewash grapples with this question, and along the way takes us readers on a journey that combines fiction with actual real moments in film history. I think at the heart of the book is a sobering meditation on whitewashing and racial misrepresentation embedded in our screen culture. Now, I'd like to invite Xiang to open the session with a short reading from the book. Thanks, Chris. So there are many characters in this book. I'm going to be reading from the voice of one, J.K. Jr., who's ostensibly the lead of the book. His title here is Hong Kong movie star. He is the lead of the film that basically becomes that fiasco and ultimately becomes whitewashed. So not a spoiler, that happens pretty early on. And he's described on the back of the book as not the sharpest tool in the shed, but definitely the hottest. Our grandparents grew up with the yellow peril. Our parents grew up with yellow discomfort. Our generation grew up with yellow invisibility. I genuinely believe that representation is the key to cultural acceptance. If your heroes on the screen in the world look like you, that can change everything. So if what I'm able to do is shift the needle even an inch towards mainstream cultural acceptance of Asians in film and TV, then there could be a whole new group of kids out there who mightn't have the baggage that I had growing up. All the wasted energy I spent trying to fit in and act white. For me, the real measure of success, the proof that Asians have been fully accepted into Western society, will be when they start naming natural disasters after us. Hurricane Shuang, Cyclone Kama. That's when we'll know we've really made it. And it goes the other way too.
Let's get a Tsunami Joe in there once in a while, you know? A Typhoon Brett, a Monsoon Tina, or what have you.
So thanks very much for that, and I'm really glad you started with that passage because I think it perfectly encapsulates both the tone of the book in its humour, but also, as I mentioned, in the sort of gravity of its reflection on, in many ways, the sort of problematic representation of Asians in film history. And I want to start there, actually. So I think a big question that the book asks is how much of ourselves do we see in the culture around us? And to what extent does this inform our identity and our aspirations? So can you tell us about your own relationship with film and television? Did you see yourself reflected in the stories around you, and how this has shaped you as a writer?
Yeah, I didn't see myself on the screen, essentially, is the short answer. But I think it's much more complicated than that. I was speaking with someone else, and we were discussing this very same point. And it's really hard to notice a lack of something. I think you need to be, preternaturally perceptive to really figure out, I'm not seeing this. It's much easier to see something and then criticize it versus not see something and then figure out that it's not there. And so, I'm sure if we were to kind of delve through the actual diet of television that we were all fed growing up in the 90s for me, but I mean, it extends all the way back. You could probably find plenty of examples of, oh, here was this Asian on screen, they were a good guy. But, it's something where when you're trying to place who, like to even think up, like conjure up the name or the character, I can't think of a single one. And on the other hand, there was also this sense of representation elsewhere. So I wasn't quite aware of this as I was a kid growing up, but in the Western television and film landscape, I wasn't seeing this. But, as a kid, me and my brother would sometimes be dragged into the living room by my dad, who would say, hey, the new Jackie Chan film is on. Yeah. And so we would watch that. And so, it's quite hard to tease apart that you're not quite seeing the representation because it's there, but it's not coming from your own culture. And I think that's really important. So we're seeing a really big improvement in that, particularly in recent years, but conversely, not enough. It is, it was surprising to me, and I think this was one of the geneses, is that a word, of the book. In 2017, I think, 2016, when there was word of the Ghost in the Shell remake starring Scarlett Johansson playing a character who is ethnically Asian. It was 2016, 2017, and my first thought was like, how is this still happening? And that was really one of those thoughts that kind of propelled me into researching, trying to figure out more about the whitewashing, and why it was still happening.
If I can pick out something from what you said, you mentioned that it's something that you don't necessarily notice or you're self-aware growing up, and I thought that tied in with the passage that you read out about this idea of yellow invisibility. So the fact that we, this type of thing is actually maybe not evident in the consciousness itself or in the conversations, and that we absorb it as somehow a normal aspect of that. So that was the first point I took. The second point was, you mentioned about, so you turned to other cultural sources, like the Jackie Chan films, and the sense of, so tell us a little bit more about that. So did you, I suppose, was it, for you as it was for me, watching those types of films, a solace, a comfort?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It was empowering. I'd pretend that I could do Kung Fu.
Yeah.
And kids would buy it, just because of how I looked. And I think, that was definitely something that I took comfort in.
Yeah. And you opened with a quote from J.K. Jr., absolutely terrific character. And I think he's a Hong Kong movie star that's looking to make it big in Hollywood. And I think the key thing here is it's not just that he's wanting to make it big as a martial arts star, but the crux of it is that it's a spy thriller. It's a dramatic role, and I think so what you're really talking there about the terms of the representation as well, not just representation, not just volume of representation, but also the nature and the content of that representation too. So tell us more about JK's aspirations. Why is a project like Brood Empire important to him? And feeding off some of the things you were talking about, what's the fallout when you don't see yourself reflected in the things around you?
That's a big question. I think to maybe step back a little bit, and just how important this is and this being representation, without ever really being that conscious of it. I was speaking to a friend who had gone to watch Crazy Rich Asians. We were talking about, were we fans? It turns out that we are. But both of us were very ambivalent about watching that film and about that film existing. And it's so hard to tease out why that is. And I think it's because it's this big monolith. It's the one shot, that we have to actually get it right. And she recounted to me that this was actually an interview. We've since become friends. She recounted to me that as she was sitting in the cinema, sudden weight of huge pressure hit her, and she was white-knuckling the seat because she was just thinking to herself, God, let this be good. Let this be good enough that people care, that the box office follows, that there are more. And I thought what a gift it is to be able to share that moment with her through the whitewash, through talking about this book and realizing that this is so important to some people.
I actually haven't seen Crazy Rich Asians, but I can understand, especially in the context of this book, why that, as you say, that you feel like there's so much at stake as you're watching it. I want to actually quote from a part of your book that speaks to that, I think. The power of representation is in the patchwork, the chatter of authentic voices. There's a significance in having these films and shows out there, highly visible, entertaining, allowing a new generation of Asian kids to see themselves reflected on screen. So again, it's that idea of just having something out there, and that garnering enough of a critical mass, as you're saying, and that makes you realize there's also so much at stake as well because of the rarity. Yeah. I mean, Crazy Rich Asians is certainly not unique in that respect. There are many other sort of precedents in Hollywood and television and film that you refer to in this book as well.
I think not enough, really. I think, and part of it, maybe without being too conscious of it, is, and I do call this out in the book, is that Crazy Rich Asians was preceded by, in terms of a big Hollywood film that has an all-Asian cast. It was preceded by the Joy Luck Club, which was 25 years before Crazy Rich Asians. And I think that's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing that it's taken a quarter of a century the Joy Luck Club was a huge box office success. It was primarily filmed in a foreign language to the Western audiences. It had a tricky structure. It had lots of new faces, and yet it still was able to break through. And I think the shame of it and the challenge is even going back before, I think another 25 years roughly, to the 60s and Flower Drum Song, which was a really good musical, really fun, engaging. I mean, not without its own problems with representation, but as we progress through the decades, it's only really in retrospect that we can clearly see the missteps and so on. But this kind of pattern of every 25 years you get a film is very worrying. And I think that was sort of part of why she was kind of like this, because there was a chance to really break through And if there was an embrace by the box office, by worldwide audiences, then we were likely to see a sequel. We were likely to see more films with more, and it doesn't need to be an all-Asian cast. It doesn't even need to be, an ethnic lead or co-lead. It's really about moving away from that monolith of this represents us towards that patchwork where we're seeing more accurate representation, the actual people and the types of people and ethnicities that we see on the street, in our workplace, in our life. That's not really being shown on screens right now. And I think that's where one of, I hate to say solutions, but one of the ways that we can sort of improve in terms of representation is just making that more reflective, because the cinema is really a mirror to our society.
Yeah, I'll come back to that term, sort of critical mass as well, and you just gave us a very sort of brief history of that between the musical in the 60s to the Joy Luck Club in the 90s, which had a predominantly or wholly Asian cast ensemble, to Crazy Rich Asians. But it's almost as though you need, more and more of that to actually, and it's not to say necessarily all of those representations are, perfect, but it's that you need that critical mass, you need that momentum to actually, for these things to figure out their own narratives, and as you are, in a way that will allow that nuance to come in. But I want to change track a little bit, Siang. One of the things I'm always fascinated by when I read a book is the relationship between the form of the book that it takes and the story that's told. And what I noticed about yours is that it's a really interesting combination between sort of an oral documentary, if you will, a series of interviews, and then you also have a bit of an academic thesis that sort of weaves its way through one of your characters. So can you tell us a little bit about why you narrated the story using that format?
Yeah, I don't think I've talked about this publicly before, but one of the really early thoughts that I'd had, even before the book was going to be called The Whitewash, even before it was even about whitewashing, I'd had this idea about sort of the thing that scratches my literary brain is could I write a book, an oral history, in which everyone lies, right? And then through other characters and other voices, we come to see that those people have lied, and then these people have lied. And obviously, eventually, I came to sort of jettison that idea. I still like it and might follow that up. But in terms of, I think by then I was really quite sort of enamored and seduced by this idea of an oral history. And the book has been described as experimental. I'm perfectly happy with that. But, I think that doesn't necessarily give book-buying audiences enough credit for the types of work that they're willing to receive. I wrote this book almost as if it was like one of those oral histories that you see on Vanity Fair, like of Mad Men or, The Sopranos, where they interview everyone from the production, from the director to stage managers, like costume, actors. And I thought, what a wonderful way to be able to tell a story from many perspectives, but also secretly and perhaps selfishly, I'd be able to insert these, academic opinions and historical opinions about the book, because that was extremely important to me. Early on, as I came to know that this book was The Whitewash, and I would start by writing about a fictional, primarily this narrative arc that hopefully was satisfying to readers in a conventional sense, but also lay underneath it the sort of skeleton of this non-fiction, this history, the history decade by decade of whitewashing in Hollywood cinema, and then on top of it to sort of see. And this, I think, I'm biased in thinking that this was largely successful, but seeing whether or not I could use themes from each of those decades, they're roughly split by decades, to thematically influence the arcs and trajectories of my fictional characters. And so we have a first chapter called Fu Manchu, the prototypically evil, you know, he was the Bond villain before there was a Bond, you know. He's that tall, mustachioed, you know, long fingernails, just the weird get-up. And, you know, the thing about Fu Manchu is he has been played by over 20 different actors, I think, at least dozens, and every single one of them white. And, you know, I think, and it's fascinating to me to figure out the history behind that character, because that character is really a symptom of history. It's like, in this world that we came up in, there was no way that we would not have a Fu Manchu, because it was based on racial tensions, racial prejudices during the late 1800s, the very late 1800s, in, you know, the British colonization of China. And this sort of uprising and rebellion by the Boxers, who were very, quite literally Boxers. And there was this fear of the East. And no wonder that a character would come to represent that. And so coming back to this theory of hopefully each chapter, which, you know, reflects each decade in cinema and sort of the major characters and themes and concerns of society filtering through to our characters, is that first one with Fu Manchu of this yellow peril, you know, and what does that mean? And, you know, in some ways it's quite subtle, but sort of having my characters co-opt this term of the yellow peril and make it our own, you know, a more positive connotation. So I won't go into like all of the reasons why that might be a spoiler, but yeah, I think that was something that was really just very satisfying to me, understanding that the history could inform the narrative. But yeah, also to come back to your original question, it was this way of being able to show different perspectives, but also the one that I thought was most important, which was, you know, I'd like the book to entertain, but in almost equal measure, I'd like it to educate as well. I guess that's the lofty goal, but I guess it remains to be seen.
Thanks very much for sharing. You know, it's really fascinating to hear you talk about those layers that you talked about, the structural layers, the way that you wove in, you know, a fairly sort of comprehensive film history as well. And that was for me one of the most startling things about this book. You know, you open it, and then, as you say, you very much get the sense that it's a bit of a glossy magazine, almost a sort of written version of a reality TV show. But then very quickly you get the sense too that there's this timeline of cinematic history, and the way that you situate your characters, I think, in a broader historical consciousness, I think is actually one of the real strengths of this book. So thanks very much for actually talking us through it. Yeah.
I might just jump. This is a little tidbit that I haven't really spoken about too much.
Please.
Is that at a certain point, I'm with UQP, and they're such a wonderful publisher. They were so supportive. But there was a certain point where the whitewash was on submission in the United States. And, you know, I won't name names, but I did get feedback from someone within, who was considered very sort of senior within the industry, saying this book would be better without the history part. And, you know, that really took me aback, because it was a suggestion. I mean, I'm sure they didn't mean it, but it was a suggestion to whitewash the whitewash.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad you haven't taken it out, because I think it's one of the strengths of it. Now, as an aside, and I think this touches on the things that we've been talking about, beyond the book, you've also co-created a website called the Beige Index, which is a Bechdel test for that measures ethnic representation in films. I'm intrigued. Tell us more.
So the Bechdel test, and I'm very much aware that I'm mansplaining right now, but in case anyone doesn't know, it's this very famous test, primarily for film. It's a feminist test where it's very simple. The test is, are there two women in this film who talk about anything other than a man? And it's surprising how many films fail the Bechdel test even today. And you know, it's not a perfect, by any means. It's an incredibly imperfect test for feminism, for female representation, but the fact that it was created, I believe, in the 70s, and that we're still talking about it today, sort of talks a little bit about that seductive, nature of, like, we get it, we get the point. And so it's, to me, not a perfect test, but a good launching point for talking about representation in a serious way. And so we wanted to do something quite similar with the Beige Index. Co-created it with my incredibly talented partner, Jonathan O'Brien, a creative partner. He did all of the tech, database management. I did all of the research, incredible amount of research. The idea of the Beige Index, I guess the elevator pitch is, as you say, the Bechdel test, but for race. And we looked at a data set of the top 250 films as voted by users in IMDb. So again, a lot of stuff that's not quite, like, methodology-wise, anyone could look at this and pick it apart in any number of ways. But we just thought it would be fun to really kind of look into the data and see whether what our gut was telling us, which is Hollywood film is primarily white, it was true, supported by data. And the fact is, yes. And so what we did, I won't go too much into this, but we created a database. We looked at the top 250 films of credited cast members, and we took every single research sort of nook and cranny to figure out what ethnicity is this actor. And that was a very tough ask. But what we did was then, once we had that database, fed it through this algorithm, and it could essentially tell us on, I mean, this is very tongue-in-cheek, but you see here, this is the Beige Index. This is our beige-o-meter. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 levels. The first level on the far left being, we've given them these tongue-in-cheek name titles, but this would be, our dial would really hit the leftmost, I was going to say quadrant, but that you know what I mean. If a film was primarily white or primarily cast with white actors, and then it would sort of go up in, the dial would go up if there were more ethnic actors in the mix. Mm-hmm. And so our levels were creamy, beige fever, middle beige, down to brown, and welcome to Beige Watch. And, it's like, it's fun, like, it shares so much DNA with the whitewash. It was just this idea of, can we look at what the whitewash is trying to do, but kind of explode it out into not just Asian representation, but all ethnic representation. And the thing that was really, I could talk about this forever, but the thing that was really startling to me was, out of the top 250 films, the top 3, the highest 3 tiers of middle beige, down to brown, and welcome to Beige Watch represent only 10% of the top 250 films. That's incredibly low. So like I said, we've got our methodology up on the website. We did try to follow the science as much as possible. And Jonathan's much more across this than I am, but there are, the methodology is scientific, believe it or not. And it was just a fun exercise, but it was also serious as well. And that was kind of the peanut butter, kind of chocolate sort of confection that we were hoping to sort of land with the Beige Index that, the whitewash kind of shares in some way as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I can see a lot of connections between the core preoccupations of the book with what you're trying to do there as well. Now, I want to introduce one aspect I don't think we've covered yet in this discussion about representation in cinema. And I think perhaps part of the problem of this underrepresentation, not just of Asians, but also other, let's say, underrepresented minorities, is that of profit, right? So film studios and companies don't want to risk having minorities in lead roles. I would say in some cases, maybe not in all, because they don't believe that this will make a splash in the box office, so on and so forth. So how much does economics and the lure of capital play in hindering diverse representation?
A lot, yeah. If you wanted to be really militant about it, it's almost all of it. Like they said in The Wire, follow the money. And, like you can see it now. And I think that is sort of why there was all this white knuckling happening during Crazy Rich Asians, because it proved a certain point. You know, with Shang-Chi, and we've seen, you know, there's a really long footnote in the book that sort of goes through some of the most recent examples of kind of diverse ethnic representation in not necessarily Hollywood film, but within the industry. So I'm thinking about, you know, Minari, which was anchored by Stephen Yuen. That I think that was Oscar nominated. Chloe Zhao's Nomadland, which won the Oscar. I'm talking about representation not just in front of the screen, but behind it as well. That's also a really big part of it, is, you know, how, we need representation at every level, really, before the system changes. But, you know, just to follow the money is, these films are showing that, you know, box office success is actually possible, probably through, and historically I'm talking about through these maybe unspoken biases against ethnic leads. I mean, you know, a great example, this going back some time, I mean, I kind of depends, right? It makes me feel old to say, but 2005 still feels pretty recent. But, you know, Will Smith's Hitch was a really great, maybe not so modern example of these studio biases that come into play. You know, his co-lead was Eva Mendes. And there were a lot of documented discussion around, we can't have Will Smith play against a white co-lead. To have him play against a black co-lead would make this a black film. So what's the right ethnicity for this person to play against? And it was all about the money.
And I suppose that leads me to my one last question I'd like to ask you before I throw it out to the audience is, we've touched on recent instances of, you know, cinema, and this idea that maybe, you know, we're seeing maybe something of the needle shift, albeit too slowly. And there's a moment in the book that's a bit of a what-if moment for Asians in cinema, and you refer, or the character refers to 1970s and the film, the TV show Kung Fu, and how that was a pivotal moment in that, what if they had cast an Asian male in an Asian, you know, in the lead role? Are we in a similar what-if moment now? You know, and is there enough critical mass, as we've been talking about? And what's the ideal endpoint that we want to get to?
Yeah, I think Kung Fu was really interesting because that film from the 70s was the #1 hit show in the 70s. It was about this, you know, half Asian, half white Shaolin monk who was traveling the American landscape looking for his half-brother. And for those who don't remember, it's actually a really good show. For those who don't remember, the lead there was played by David Carradine. And, you know, it's one of those things where you look back now and go, well, that was a misstep. But it wasn't so simple back then. There was really that question of money. How is this going to get made if we do have an Asian lead? And so there are a lot of stories, perhaps apocryphal, but that Bruce Lee himself auditioned for that role. You know, what could be more perfect as a vehicle for Bruce Lee? But are we seeing that more now? I think we are. You know, we've just recently had a show called Kung Fu, what do you call it, a reboot, with an all-Asian cast. You know, it's on the CW network. I watched it as research for the film. I wouldn't recommend anyone to watch it. But, you know, there is kind of the proof in the pudding in some ways. We have enough diversity within film and TV production. It doesn't all need to be those tentpole films. And, you know, it's a fine enough show. It fits the CW template. And, you know, I'm sure it's made the money. And so I think that's really the thing. And in terms of where we go from here, yeah, it's about moving away from that monolith. It's about moving away from we need this huge film to land, and it's great. Like those are the things that push us generationally forward. The Shang-Chi's, the Crazy Rich Asians, but like I said before, we just need more films with a better reflection of what the people and the ethnicities that we see around us. They don't need all to be the leads. We don't need to push that agenda that hard. But if film and TV, if the silver screen is really, the best and I would say extremely flawed mirror for society, we should just improve that. We should improve who we're seeing in the mirror.
Yeah. And just to add to that, because I think you voiced it so perfectly, it's not just about what takes place in front of the screen, but also at every level. Yeah. So, diversity represented in screenwriters, in directors, in producers, at every step that you might actually see that seismic shift that we're looking for. Siang, I'm going to throw it out to the audience just so that they have a bit of a chance to ask you some questions as well. So, yes, we have an...
I just wanted some advice in regards to writing. Yes, I do screenwriting and stuff like that, and I want to make more diverse films, but I'm always worried that maybe my characters, if I try to make it diverse, it feels too forced or unnatural. And I really like what you said about people of color in films need to represent your co-workers, your just regular people. How do I write characters diverse characters into films without making it feel unnatural or a bad representation?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one of the challenges that we have as readers and writers is that literature, more than film necessarily, is so ontologically white. And by which I mean, when you read a book, you're not, unless there's a specific description of that person's ethnicity, you just read that person as white. I mean, I do that. And I think the way that this sort of grafts onto screenwriting is maybe being aware of that, but also writing your characters in such a way that they could be played, race neutral. So, for example, a great example in film is Alien. Ellen Ripley was not, Ripley in the original script was a man. And if we had that film come out with the male in the lead, I'm sure it would have done well, but would it be as iconic? And, just there, we actually had people like yourself who were part of the production, part of everything behind the scenes, saying we're open to this being like this. And so I think it's just more about, when you're writing your characters, being true to whatever their emotional North Star is, does not necessarily need to be tied to ethnicity. And then in the casting process, you could cast perhaps anyone. I mean, a great example of that is the recent Sandman adaptation. I won't go too much down this rabbit hole, but it's a property that began in the comics medium in the 80s and has recently had a very successful Netflix adaptation where, Neil Gaiman, the creator, actually came in and said, I want to open this up. I want to open this up to anyone. The best actor should get this role, not because this particular character was, an old white male, that it has to be filled by an old white male. It was really about being open in the casting process. So I think that openness, if that extends to every single step of production, is just going to result in a much better and more inclusive product.
Hi, sorry. Forgive me if I'm not very articulate with this. But are there any recommendations you can make in identifying when tokenism, the difference between tokenism and patchworking, as you mentioned before, and whether the notion of tokenism can actually be overridden with this patchwork idea of making characters just relatable and realistic?
That's a tough one. I'm not sure if I have a great answer for you. My initial gut feeling was that in terms of tokenism, everyone knows when it is, if that makes sense. And so it maybe comes back to this previous question and answer where, you know, perhaps some of the aims are noble in some way. I don't think that's the right word, but I hope you know what I mean. But somewhere along the way, the process hasn't quite been followed. That just being open and receptive, I think, you know, definitely this idea of we need to cast a black actor, or we need to cast an Asian actor in this role. I can't put my finger on it, but I think we all know when that happens. When we see it on the screen, we know. And so perhaps it just goes back to being more inclusive at every stage. And not being led by, it's hard to say, right? It's not being led by the money, but everything is these days. Yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
I'm just curious, is there a fundamental difference in terms of representation and inclusivity between independent American movies and mainstream?
Yeah, there's a big difference. Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. So there was, I think it was in 2018, a film called Searching, and it was an independent film. It's a great little thriller about a man whose daughter goes missing. And I think, my memory fails me, but I think one of the key, hooks to that film is that everything sort of takes place on this computer screen. And that doesn't sound like super great, but it actually ends up being a really compelling film. And that film was led by John Cho. He played Sulu in Star Trek. He's a really famous actor. And I think there are any number of reasons why, big tentpole, film actors go for independent films. It's because the characters tend to be better, but also they tend to be passion projects. I'm certain part of the nexus around John Cho choosing a film like that was that there was just no alternative. Not to say that independent film is worse than mainstream film. In fact, I don't think that's the case at all. But that there wasn't a mainstream offer of a similar nature for him to lead a similar film. And so I think that a lot more can be done in the independent film space. Again, everything comes back to money. Everything's extremely expensive. But having a more agile, like a smaller team, means that you can do and experiment so much more with different types of stories. It doesn't need to be that sort of really rigid 3-act structure where the hero gets the girl and there's hundreds of millions of dollars in special effects. There are more risks that can be taken as well. Yeah, thank you for asking that.
Thanks very much for all the questions. We might wrap it up there just because we're coming out of time. Can we please thank Siyoung again for the wonderful conversation? I've really enjoyed it, and I hope you have too. And a very warm thank you to our audience both here and online. I just wanted to announce that Siyoung will be available for book signing straight after this session, and that copies of his books are also available downstairs at the pop-up bookstore by Crow Books. Highly recommend that you grab a copy. You won't regret it. It's a terrific book, and I think one that has its sights in a really good heart in terms of not just pushing for Asian representation necessarily, but I think diverse representation in all its forms in cinema in a way that it's authentic and meaningful, and in a way that's natural as well, as you said, in a way that doesn't, where you have to declare itself as such. So thank you very much for that, and really thank you for this gift of this book.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, everyone.
No, that's all right. Yeah, I live in Fremantle. And you're in Melbourne? No, yes. Yep, hello, can you hear me? How's that? For la la la, ABC. Got... Is this the questions, if they come through on... So who will be... Yeah, I can hear that. Morning. Swap. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. Yeah, good for you. Thank you.
Hello.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello. Welcome everybody to this session of the Ubud Writers and Readers Festival in Perth. I'm your host, Gillian O'Shaughnessy, and welcome also to our guests streaming in from Bali this afternoon. Before we would begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and I would like to acknowledge that the land was never ceded. I would ask that you would switch your phones to silent if you hadn't already, because no one wants to be that guy. Now, in this session, we'll be talking about the writing life, which I think, as we all know, works like this. You have a great idea for a book, you write it, send your manuscript out on spec, a couple of very well-known publishers fight over it, bidding war, who gives you the most money, and there you are. You can give up your day job and you're a writer. To give us an insight into how wrong I am, I would like to introduce you to the authors of Bodies of Light, Jennifer Down, who won this year's Miles Franklin, and the author of The Islands, Emily Brugman, who are both with us to discuss the writing life. Hello to you and welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having us.
And now, Jennifer is an author and editor and translator. Her book won this year's Miles Franklin. In Bodies of Light, we meet Maggie Sullivan. She has spent most of her life trying to escape her past as a child of institutions, as a ward of the state in foster care. It's a story that confronts the most brutal of traumas. It's layered also with empathy and hope. Emily's book began as an honours thesis, and she's had a variety of work to support her craft. The Islands was shortlisted for the Vogel in 2019. It's set on the Abrolhos Islands, inspired by her own family's experiences living and working there. It's the story of a group of immigrants to Australia that we don't hear a lot about, Finnish immigrants, and the Saris are trying to find their place in a new country on an island with a dark past. It's a novel also with an interesting form, and we'll have a chat to Emily about that. And you will be able to ask questions at the end of the session, so keep that in mind. If something comes up, put a pin in it so that you don't draw a blank when we get to that bit. Hello again to both of you, and Jennifer, can I start with you? Congratulations on the Miles Franklin win.
Thank you.
Where did that sit as in terms of how you considered yourself as a writer?
I mean, yeah, it's a very validating thing, isn't it? You know,
it's not bad.
It's strange though, because it's there's something so subjective. Or sorry, not there's something. Prizes are inherently kind of subjective, and I've spent a lot of time over the years thinking about the sort of value and who is included and who is excluded, and this idea that there are so many factors into what is deemed a good book or the best book, and those include things like timing and the judges and their reading preferences and the kind of cultural and social context, and so on one hand, like it's a huge honour, and then on the other, it feels like a stroke of luck, which is not to say I didn't work hard or whatever, but and when I say I feel really lucky, people always go, oh no, don't say that, and I don't mean it in like a Sally Fields little me way, but it is, I mean, it was such a phenomenal short list and long list, and so it does feel like there's some degree of fortune involved as well. I feel, yeah, very, very lucky.
Can you tell us about the viral Twitter moment when you won?
Yeah, so there was no in-person ceremony for the Miles Franklin this year, for the actual awards ceremony, and I was initially going to go out to the pub with some friends and watch it, on somebody's iPhone. And then my parents were like, why don't you can come over to our house. And we've had quite a difficult year as a family, dealing with sort of ongoing health issues. And for various reasons, it kind of made sense to just have stay at home and have nobody go out. We could all just be in our pajamas Anyway, I arrived, and my mum and my sister, I think my dad kind of just sat off to the side and let it happen, which is kind of his MO. But my mum and my sister had put out this red carpet, which was like plastic sheeting, like you would have at an abattoir. And they had, oh God, I can't even think. They had a lot of they printed off signs that said Miles Franklin winner in sort of off-centre, Times New Roman, and posted them everywhere. They'd set up a signing table. And I don't know, it was kind of glorious because, I don't know, without being a snob, it's a huge privilege to get to go to, festivals and events and things like that. But the reality is, if there'd been an award ceremony in person, I wouldn't have known anyone there. I would have, it would have been lovely to meet the judges and perhaps get to talk to some really cool people. But I still would have been like worried about spilling champagne on myself, or like what my hair was doing, or have I got lipstick on my teeth. And it was really special to just be able to celebrate it with the people who had actually watched me kind of slog through the writing of the book. Was lovely.
Emily, I wonder if you would tell us about the genesis of the islands, how that started and ended in this beautiful book.
I think the seed of the idea of the islands has been with me for a very long time. The Abrolhos Islands, although I had never lived there myself, had kind of existed in our family's kind of psyche for as long as I could remember. It had the time that my grandparents and my mum and her sisters had spent there had really played a part in making them who they are and the family that they became. And there was this feeling that the island years had kind of been the golden years for my grandparents. And so when I decided to enrol in my honours degree, this was kind of the natural direction that my project would take. So I embarked on the project. I had not been to this place, but and for those of you that know about the Abrolhos Islands, they are the domain of the crayfishing industry. They are not easy to get to as a regular person if you're not part of that industry. They're not really open for tourism beyond day trips. So you do need to know somebody if you want to spend some time out there. You need to know a fishing family. And all of our connections had kind of dissolved over the years. There were a few old Finns that had been out there at the time that my grandparents were out there. And so through some friends of my grandparents had passed away by then, I got in touch. I sort of got a name and a phone number of some descendants of Finns who were still out there, and I rang up, cold called someone, and I said, I'm Auno Talviharju's granddaughter, and this is what I'm doing, and I'd love to come out to the islands. The first person I spoke to kind of palmed me off to someone else, someone on Little Rat Island, which is where my grandparents were, and then rang him, and he was generous enough to invite my mum and I to come out to the islands, to stay on the island of Little Rat for 5 days, just a few doors down from where my family had once lived while working the boats. And so that's where the novel started, and that was in 2016. And so I worked on that as a collection of interlinked short stories as my honours project. And then I finished my honours, and then I had 5 stories, and I didn't know really what to do with that. And I kind of and ahed about the form of the book for quite a while, not really knowing whether I was writing a collection of short stories or a novel. But I kept chipping away at it. Eventually I read Olive Kitteridge by Elizabeth Strout, which is a story about a community, but it is a novel, but it's kind of structured in the same way that my book is structured. So we have, she has, each chapter is a complete story, and she dips into perspectives of various people in the community, but often coming back to the main family. And so reading that book kind of gave me permission to continue with the form that I had started with. And fast forward, I guess, to to 2020, and I submitted it to the Vogel Award for the second time, actually. I'd submitted it the year before and was not successful. This time I was shortlisted, and with that shortlist, I was also offered a publishing deal with Allen & Unwin.
Fantastic. And so what is the place then of awards like the Vogel, like the Miles Franklin, in terms of wanting to be a writer in Australia and getting your work published? How much of obviously it's been a big help to you. How important is that?
Well, I mean, especially the Vogel, which is for an unpublished manuscript for a writer under the age of 35, you know, I think it's a pretty significant award. Yeah, it, you know, until that point, I had, you know, just been copying rejections, you know, for various, you know, unpublished manuscript prizes that I was submitting to. And then one day, it's not rejected and it's accepted and it's amazing and it's unbelievable.
Well, it must be a wonderful feeling. Jennifer, Bodies of Light is an incredible book. It's not your first book. Can you tell me about the process for you of thinking, I want to write a book, and then getting to the position where you can publish a book? What did that look like for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd always written books. It wasn't like I want to write a book. I think writing was always this like private hobby that I'd had, and I never wanted to do it professionally. In fact, I really railed against it.
Why?
I still have, if I'm being honest, like a chip on my shoulder when it comes to the arts. I was always very good at reading and writing as a child, and so I think partly it was like this adolescent thing of, you know, like when you're a kid and a parent tells you to clean your room and you're like, well, I was going to do it tonight anyway, but now you've told me you can piss off and I'm not going to, you know, like it's just that kind of chafing that I think we all have. And part of it was probably that, like being told, oh, you know, your options are journalist and lawyer if you're a woman who's good at English. That like every aptitude test or every parent-teacher interview. And I think I was just like, no, I'm going to do like hard sciences, even though I you know, still don't know how to do long division, but I somehow like battled my way through high school chemistry and maths, even though like I'm truly hopeless at maths. But also it's partly that I have this idea that that a useful job means being of service to other people. And I'm not saying this is correct or that, you know, I'm not bashing anybody here who's, I don't know, doesn't work in these professions, but I have this weird internalized thing where I grew up with people who all worked in kind of service or caring professions in some ways, teachers, social workers, nurses, you know, all of those kinds of things. And those to me always seemed like really noble professions. And there was something about, I think it's probably tied to class in some way as well. You know, I'm the first kind of member of my family, I guess, who has had the luxury of just studying something like arts without, a real, I didn't have a particular career track in mind. I had, things that I wanted to do. And that's, it's a huge privilege, but it also seemed quite frivolous to me, to be honest. And so I pursued like other career ideas, and writing was really just it was more than a hobby because it was quite a compulsive thing, but it was also very private. And then, very similarly to Emily, at some point I had studied writing at TAFE. Again, that was more of a hobby. It wasn't something I was thinking of pursuing professionally. But at some point, I had this really great teacher, Carrie Tiffany, who wrote Exploded View, Every Man's Rules for Scientific Living, and Mateship with Birds, which was the first winner of the Stella Prize, I believe. someone's going to correct me and say
I
Charlotte
don't know,
Wood, but
so you're
okay.
safe from me.
Very sorry, Wikipedia. But she was my teacher at TAFE for 2 years, and it was the first time I'd seen somebody who, she was kind of like, I think you could make a go of this. Like, it's not going to be your career. It's not my career. I still have a full-time job and I'm teaching at TAFE. But if you want this book to be published, and so I entered it in the Victorian Premier's Lit Award for an unpublished manuscript. And much like you, it didn't win, but it was shortlisted, and that was kind of enough to catch the attention of some publishers. And so in many ways, I feel like I haven't had to fight that uphill battle of rejection, but I also don't think I would have had the stomach or the patience or the constitution for it. Like, I think because I never really wanted, I never, like, publication wasn't sort of my primary desire at that point. I think I would have just let it go, probably.
Yeah, well, I think a novelist, most writers, but novelists, because it's such a huge project, would have to have a really interesting relationship with failure to be able to just get through it. I wonder if, Emily, you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, only that, over the years, I've learned to grow a thicker skin, and I do think that you need to be able to do that, to stick to it, and to try and succeed and to try and get there. It never feels good. And
what do you
to fail or to be rejected.
Yeah.
And, every time you have to manage that heart-sinking feeling and get back on the horse. And, and then I think your goalposts are always moving as you do succeed in something. Originally it's like, if I could just get a novel published, I'll be so happy. And then if I can just sell a few of the books, I'll be so happy. And, and then, if I could just write another book, and then all of a sudden you're kind of at square one again. And you are more experienced and more knowledgeable, but there's still that fear and that doubt. And I don't think it ever goes away.
Is that a similar experience for you?
Oh yeah, like I taught a course for Writers Victoria last weekend, and I literally said the first I said it much more succinctly than this last weekend, and I wish I could be pithy. But what I was saying was that, like, the first time you write a new book or a new story, that's just the first time you're telling yourself the story, and every new work is a new beast. Like, every time I sit down to write, not even a novel, but like a piece of short fiction or an essay, I always feel like I can't do this, or like, and every time I finish something, I'm always like, that's the last time I'm going to be able to do that, which is obviously, like, that's a logical kind of fallacy. I understand that at an intellectual level, but at this sort of instinctive level, I feel like with every new work, there's nothing kind of rote about it, because every new work is a different beast. And so I feel like it's this, writing is sort of this constant apprenticeship where, you're right, the goalposts do shift and you set new tasks or new goals for yourself, but it never quite feels like, you're there. You just, I don't know, keep sort of swimming, I think.
I feel like when you're a kid and your teacher asks you what you want to be when you grow up, and you say an astronaut or an air hostess. That's what we all wanted to be when I was. It's a generational thing. But your idea of what a writer looks like, involves a garret and some leather patched on your sleeves, that kind of thing. What was it? What was your expectation when you started? When you thought, I think I can write. I think I can be a writer. And how different is that to the reality, or how similar?
Well, I really resonate with what Jennifer was saying before about having a kind of a barrier to sort of jump over around believing that that's something you could do, or, it felt very brazen. to
it's a great word.
you know, to say study writing, and then slowly you get more and more used to that idea that maybe this is something you could do. You know, especially again coming from a family in which no one has done creative work, but. Can you remind me of the question? I got confused.
I'd love to ask you, both of your books are novels, but they're both also very connected with true stories. So can I change tack for a moment and just ask you why you chose to... Your family history is really deeply reflected in this book, and so is this really fascinating subject of Finnish immigration, which I knew nothing about, into Western Australia. But why did you decide to present it as a work of fiction as opposed to, say, a family history or something like that?
I'm a total fiction devotee. I love fiction. I only really read fiction unless I have to read non-fiction. And in the research of this book, I did read some non-fiction. But, you know, I did want the freedom of imagining characters who, you know, did not necessarily exist in real life. And, you know, while the Sari family, who are at the centre of this book, are, you know, very much inspired by the kinds of people that my grandparents were, or that my mum or my aunties are, they are made up. Mm. And I think fiction allows you to do things that non-fiction perhaps doesn't allow. You know, to explore things like the search for the good life or prosperity through a character's reflection on the mythic folk tale, the Kalevala, which is kind of a national Finnish poem. You know, things that you can draw on like that. You know, my grandpa didn't read the Kalevala or reflect on that, but my character Onni Sari does. And I think that allows you to kind of add sort of a richness to a story that wouldn't be there otherwise.
Can you tell us a little bit about that journey? It seems to me to be such an amazing attraction from Finland to the Abrolhos Island for a particular group of immigrants. Can you tell me what you know or what you discovered as part of your research into that part of the story?
Well, what I found out was that Finland in the 1950s was in recession, and there wasn't a whole lot of work. Inflation was very, very high, and it was a time when young Finnish men particularly were beginning to migrate to Canada, the United States and Australia, and they were looking for an economic opportunity, but they were also looking for an adventure. And like my grandfather, they were working class men, and they did jobs like fishing, and they worked in the mines. There was a small Finnish community in Mount Isa working in the copper mines. They did things like that. Mm. And so my grandpa kind of followed a migratory route that some other Finns had taken before him, and went to Mount Isa before coming to the West Coast. His wife came over, and then they set up camp on the Abrolhos Islands and started working the cray boats, having not had experience in that work before. I don't know, it would have been such a different life, especially for my grandmother. who, you know, had come from a small inland village in Finland, come to Australia and then found herself on the Abrolhos Islands. But I recently was in Geraldton talking about the book, and someone said to me, you know, what really resonated was that on the islands, and there were many different migrant communities kind of scattered across those islands. And the thing about the islands is that nobody was from there. You know, these are coral atolls with nothing on them before the fishermen came and built their camps there. And so what it meant for the migrant people was that they belonged there just as much as anybody else. And I think that's probably what attracted them.
You've got a short reading from the book. I wonder if you'd share that with us.
Sure. Okay, so this is from chapter 2, which is called Coral, and it's from the perspective of Alva, who is the young wife of Onni Saari. And they've recently arrived on the Abrolhos. It was a good place for getting pregnant, the women on the islands joked, by which they meant that once the boats were in and the fishing was done, there was little else to do. Yes, the islands had a way of coaxing you into the quiet belly of a tin hut on a lazy afternoon. There, rough working hands found smooth skin. They pushed aside the threadbare cotton of a summer dress, and a muffled gasp might escape the curtained window to mingle with the lapping water all around. It was a rather fertile place, thought Alva Saari, as she lay in the groggy aftermath of love-making, although at first glance it appeared as barren as a salt flat. The low-lying landmass looked as though it could go under at any moment, on a sudden rise in swell at a turn of the weather. The ground they walked on was dry as bone, the skeletal remains of coral bodies deposited over thousands of years by the push and pull of the current. Only the hardy saltbush proffered a scant carpet here, and succulents shot through cracks in the veiny skin of the dried reef bed. But the sea was pulsing with life. Groper darted beneath the keels of dinghies, oysters clung to the rocky shoreline in clusters, and blooming coral heads with creeping tendrils decorated the seabed in blinks of red, green and blue. At first glance, they appeared as flora, but on closer inspection revealed themselves as fleshy creatures. Alva had seen the soft innards within the hard limestone casing when she had scooped up a piece of fresh, floating coral and broken it open in the palm of her hand.
Beautiful, thank you. Jennifer, can you tell us a little bit about the work you did, the research you did to create this character, this fictional character, Maggie?
Yeah, so the book tells the story of a young girl from her early childhood through to middle age, and she grows up in the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne, in residential and out-of-home care. So she's bounced from through a series of foster homes and children's homes or resi units. And I guess that it was something that I had always been aware of. Both my parents are welfare workers who worked with at-risk young people for their careers. And a lot of we were one of those families that had family dinner every night, not a kind of formal affair, but like that was the time when you would talk about your day. And not that they gave us horror stories or anything, but it was just it was always very open. We would talk about our school days, my sisters and I, and they would tell us about their work. And so I think from a very young age I had a consciousness that not everybody had, I guess the stability or the kind of surety and security of love that I had. And then as I kind of got older and developed maybe a little bit more media literacy, I started to notice that these stories were not represented in Australian media, I mean, at all really, and very rarely in fiction. And when they did appear in fiction, they were often quite sort of flat or one-dimensional representations of what it meant to, the idea that every foster home looks like this or looks like this. And I'm still kind of, to this day, blown away by how little we as a society are kind of prepared to bear witness to some of this stuff. And, I've spent a lot of time over the last kind of 5 years thinking about our collective reticence to kind of meet state-sanctioned abuse in the eye. And I don't know that I have the answers. I think there are a lot of different reasons why we are kind of collectively unable to do that. But it's certainly something that I spend a lot of time thinking about. And so in creating this character, I really wanted to represent the experience of what it means to grow up, without a lot of that security, to grow up as somebody who is kind of entrusted to the state and to state care. And I do use, quotation marks when I talk about care. And, is really among some of the most vulnerable slivers of the population, and, is often subject to incalculable harm. And that is, of course, not the story of all young people in out-of-home care, but it's certainly not as uncommon as we might like to think. And so in terms of research, I read a lot of institutional, like parliamentary inquiries, Senate reports, the 2014 Forgotten Australians inquiry. There were a couple of government documents, like there's a report. Sorry, I think I said 2014 just then. I meant 2004. I think that was the Forgotten Australians report. There was a report commissioned by the Victorian Commissioner for Children and Young People in 2015, or it was tabled in Parliament in 2015, that specifically looked at sexual abuse of children and young people in the resi and out-of-home care system. And as that's less than 10 years ago. And the only reason I can't give you any more up-to-date stats is because we haven't commissioned another report since then. But as recently as then, 2015, there were instances of security cameras in children's bedrooms. There were instances of centralised switches for electricity, whereby, light switches were turned off and on as a means of behaviour management. Things like toys, blankets, snacks and food, sanitary supplies, basic medical things and first aid things like Panadol, birth control, food, towels, bedding were kept under lock and key. So you can imagine what it's like to be a 14-year-old girl and effectively have to go and ask somebody for permission to A, take your birth control, or, which has been prescribed to you, or B, I don't know, pick up a sanitary napkin. All of these things are really, and that's the tip of the iceberg. And so I was sitting with this material reading it, and I think it wasn't so much that it was surprising to me because, as I said, I think I had a little bit of an awareness going into things. But the more I read, the more furious I became. I was like, we just don't talk about this, and these reports, it's all very well and good to kind of table these reports, but if nobody reads them or, God forbid, enacts the recommendations that they set forth, it's all a bloody waste of money. It's a waste of money, it's a waste of public servant time, and, and meanwhile, some of the most vulnerable people who are entrusted to state care are still being abused. And as we all know, abuse is often cyclical, and so then those people may well grow up to, either perpetrate abuse. Of course, I'm not, it's not cause and effect, but that's a very common experience. Things like substance abuse and ongoing mental health problems are often a result of that, and we're just kind of perpetrating this. And so, sorry for the long answer. I guess that all of that research informed the novel, and I just wanted to create a portrayal that did justice to that experience without sensationalising it. Obviously, it's not a first-person account. It's not my account, and I was acutely aware of that the whole time. And so I felt that the best way I could handle that from an ethical perspective was to do as much research as I could get my hands on, and read a lot of care leaver testimony and witness survivor testimony.
So a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to create, in essence, a fictional story. You have also chosen a short reading.
Yes.
Would you share that?
Of course. I'm going to read a short section from the midsection of the book where this character, Maggie, decides to effectively become a new person. Here's how you do it. Don't tell anyone you're leaving. Not a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a spouse, a mother, a child. There are many reasons why you might be tempted, many of them altruistic. But disappearing has nothing to do with kindness. If you are leaving people behind, they will worry about you, look for you, mourn you, notify authorities, phone hospitals, fear the worst. All of this needs to be swallowed and understood. There's nothing to be gained from telling anyone before you leave, or by a phone call or letter after you've gone. You'll only give yourself up. Construct a new self, get a new hobby, take up basketball, collecting coins, gardening. Become a morning person, or the kind of person whose nails are always immaculately varnished, or someone who is into vitamins. This should not be an extension of your previous self. Ideally, the differences will be vast, if apparently inconsequential. If in your previous life you drank a can of Diet Coke each afternoon, you should give it up in favour of something else. If you avoided taking paracetamol for any reason, you should start. There are certain things you cannot change. If you are given to tonsillitis, if you wear corrective lenses, if a wasp sting provokes in you an anaphylactic reaction, an appendix removed cannot be put back. But you can alter your habits, your manner of speaking, your posture. Examine yourself in the mirror. If you have a tendency to cross your arms defensively when you're nervous, practice letting them hang loose by your sides and draw your shoulder blades into an imagined point on the back of your spine. Now you are tall and broad-chested. Think about any tics you have, things that lovers or friends have remarked on. When you're nervous, I can tell when you're lying because you obliterate those habits and develop new ones in their place. This is difficult, but not impossible. Like driving, most complicated things can come to feel automatic over time. If your vocabulary gives you away as being from a particular place or marks you as one class or another, modify it. Listen to those around you and, if appropriate, mimic them. Like a bowerbird, you are constructing a nest of your own.
Beautiful, thank you. We've got time for some questions from you. If you wouldn't mind just waiting for the microphone, that'd be fabulous. And we'll try to get as many in as we can, so we'll keep them from, to questions, not comments, as usual. Hello.
Hi, thanks for that lovely passage. Did you glean that from your research, or is that from your own creative idea of how someone would have to escape the patterns of their past?
That's the sort of pragmatic reality of becoming a new person was very much from research. That's a parallel, unrelated fascination that I have it started out as like what it meant at a practical level. So how do you get a new Medicare card in somebody else's name? How do you, how do you become a new person? And then very soon I became more interested in the kind of more esoteric questions of like, how do you learn to sit differently? Or how do you change your speech patterns or accent, or how do you kind of annihilate memory so that, if you've been drinking at a bar or you're really tired, there are these things where we might get a little bit unguarded or become more, suggestible or open. And I just started thinking about the kind of psychic fatigue that it would take to curate and manage that.
I have a question for you. When you're writing about trauma, especially trauma that you don't know personally, I liked how you said like what you did with the research and all that. What was the process of kind of going through that, of making sure, okay, this story is still like entertaining but very respectful and true to what someone who went through that experience has gone through?
Yeah, you could probably speak to this as well in a different way, I imagine, Emily. Firstly, I always say it's not up to me to be the judge of whether I've done that successfully, right? But it was certainly something that, I guess that ethical dimension is something that I sat with the whole time. And, I sit with that in everything that I write. I think I was reading a lot of affect theory at the time, and so I was interested in this idea of how can, the book is written in the first person, and I was really interested in the idea of constructing something that read like testimony and read like a story that the reader was being told by this person, rather than something that the reader was witnessing for voyeurism or kind of to be titillated by. Again, not up to me to say, I don't know that I've done that successfully, but that was kind of the aim that I was working with. How can we bear witness to suffering in a way that doesn't feel exploitative, I suppose. And it's really, I find it a really hard line to walk. And again, it's everybody's line for that will be different, right? Like everybody will read this book and have a slightly different take on that. But it's tricky, and even I was saying to somebody last week, even in doing research. Initially, when I started writing this book, I thought, great, I'll go out and I'll interview care leavers. And then, I don't know, probably 12 hours after that, I was like, wait, I can't do that. That's going to be re-traumatizing for a lot of people. And so I did end up speaking with care leavers and care survivors, but they were people who kind of came to me of their own volition because they'd heard about this project through somebody else. And for me, that was how I created a happy medium. Again, I'm not the ethical arbiter. There's probably a better way to do it, to be honest, that I couldn't conceive of or didn't think of. But it's very complicated, and it's very, you want to talk about the research. I've spent a lot more time thinking about the kind of ethical dimensions of this than I have about, the kind of practical aspects of research. But did you find that as well, like dealing with, I know it's a fictional tale, but like your grandparents' story, handling...
And the Batavia, the history of that very dark past in that part of the world as well, which...
Yeah, I think it's interesting because they're very different books, but we have both written about a life that we have not necessarily lived, right? And so you always have this feeling of imposter syndrome, perhaps, or this ethical question, do I have the right to write this story? And, I remember early on when I visited the islands, there was a woman there who was really cranky about Peter Fitzsimons having come to the islands and written the historical fiction about the Batavia, as an outsider coming in, like, who are you, Go away. This is our place. And that was kind of like a moment where I thought, oh, God, is this, does she think of me like that? And she said, but, it's different with you because you're writing about the Finns and you're writing about your background. And, in some ways that's true, and I did feel better about it. But, the whole way through I've had similar anxieties around, like, is this my story? Am I telling it correctly? There's not necessarily a correct way to tell any story because of all of our experience of any one event or any one place will be different. And, you know, and then I went to Geraldton recently for their Writers' Festival, and the whole time I was kind of like, oh, is someone going to, like, pull me up and be like, that's not right, that's not how it was. But that, you know, that didn't happen. Yeah, and then in terms of kind of weaving some of the kind of dark history of the Batavia through the book, I read about what happened there, and I guess I took some of those themes and I thought about how they might be relevant in a contemporary setting. And yeah, that's how I went about doing that.
Thank you both so much. I loved both of your books. The Islands and Bodies of Light are just such brilliant contributions, I think, to our collective story. Emily and Jennifer will be signing copies of their books downstairs. We have run out of time. I'm so sorry, it goes so quickly. Thank you all for coming along, and please thank Emily Brugman and Jennifer Down.
One, two, 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 two. That was just me. 1, 2, great. Thank you. That's a happy thing there.
We're only going, it's just the one person on stage.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's only going to, like, the Zoom call will only see that.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping to, when the other person comes in, I'm hoping for them to lock onto their screen only, so just in case any other audio pops up,
Right.
I don't want them coming up the screen.
Right.
On the screen.
So I have to instruct him to, I don't know where he is, he's gone away, and then he's...
Looks like he's in Andreas.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Andreas, how are you?
Good, I'm good. Here in Jakarta.
We're just testing signal at the moment. Making sure your audio is coming through. We've got your vision.
How is my video? Is that okay?
Check 1, 2. Is that coming through? Yep.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, your video is coming through. And could you say the word? Oh, you got the signal? Could you say the words 1, 2, 3 over and over again for a couple of moments, please, Andreas?
1, 2, 3.
Yep, that's enough. We're there. Thank you very much. We're just waiting for it to start in a couple of minutes. Yep, go. Yep.
If they can't hear something show, because actually...
Oh, can we put it in their IEM? That's what it's meant to be going.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So just on that Zoom piece, Hi there. Sorry, I'm on audio. Just if you can't hear anything happening on stage for whatever reason, don't be afraid to just mention it and I'll quickly make it happen.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I'm about to go down and speak to the host, so you'll see my stuff floating around a little bit. So please bear with us for 1 moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I in? Right. Yes, I will talk to you in your ear from up there. And what we just need to make sure is we don't get any feedback with Andreas. So we might just adjust some levels as we start. We won't be able to as we start going, but we're ready to go. You are? You are? You are? And Andreas, yes, Andreas is standing by. So. Okay. Standing by.
Stand by.
Thank you. Fade music. Fade music. And we need to get rid of that music, and then we'll go to narrow light.
Sorry, I don't have your name, host, but if you can't hear the Zoom caller, just give me a yell and I'll make it happen for you.
Now, can we get... Oh, no, wait one. Why is this music still playing? Yeah, I wanted that. Good. Thank you. Okay, stage to narrow, please. Okay, we go now, Andreas. please start when you're ready.
Okay, I think we might be ready to get underway here this afternoon with our session starting at 1 o'clock on writing and rights at the Perth section of the Ubud Writers and Readers Festival. We're very fortunate to be able to gather here today on Wajak Nyunga Buja and to be joined on Zoom by Andreas Harsono, who I'll be speaking with today on the issue of writing and rights. So we hope to be speaking to you a little bit about Indonesia, the contemporary situation about Indonesia, but also touching on Indonesian history and politics, and also then talking about what are some of the challenges in terms of writing about rights. So I want to say all of you welcome, Kaya Wanju, and Selamat Datang in this session. I want to acknowledge, as I mentioned before, that we're meeting on the lands of the Wajak Nyunga people and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and recognise that sovereignty over this land was never ceded. And it touches on a lot of the themes that we'll be talking about today. Particularly, I'll be asking Andreas to speak to us a little bit about his book, Race, Islam and Power, Ethnic and Religious Violence in Post-Suharto Indonesia, published here by Monash University Publishing in 2019. But I want to thank the Ubud Writers and Readers Festival, Writing WA, and the event sponsors for making this session possible. My name's Vanessa Heerman. I will be moderating this session. I'm Senior Lecturer in History here at Curtin University, and my research deals with some of the themes that Andreas's work takes up, such as human rights, contested memories in Indonesia, about our history. I was born in Indonesia, in the town of Malang, to be precise, in East Java. And I was also lecturing in Asian Studies and Indonesian Studies in other universities in Australia. So it's a great privilege for me to be here with Andreas. Andreas is the Indonesian representative for Human Rights Watch, and he's also a long-term journalist who's been involved with many media initiatives in the past, particularly during the authoritarian Suharto regime in the 1990s. His work with various media organisations have been valuable in trying to understand our near neighbour and how we can manage and improve the relationship between Australia and Indonesia. And I think Andreas has also been was also a journalist sending copy to the West Australian in the 1990s. So in many ways, he's no stranger to Perth and to Wajak Buja. So thank you very much, Andreas, and welcome. Thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us. So I wanted to take up one of the themes, I guess. We want to start having our session today with a bit of a discussion with Andreas, a Q&A, and then we'll throw it open to you in the audience to be able to ask questions and provide comments about the themes that we're taking up today as well. So I wanted to take up this issue of Indonesia as being the unlikeliest nation. So many, particularly Western scholars, talk about Indonesia as somehow being composed of so many diverse ethnic groups, religions and belief systems. And what's your view of that in terms of Indonesia having been a dynamic national project that has been constructed for 75 years and more? What are some of the, why did you, for example, in your book, you felt the need to travel from the very tip, the westernmost point of Indonesia, in Aceh, in Sabang, all the way to the eastern part of the country, to Merauke, in West Papua? Why did you feel a need to do that travel, to experience the nation of Indonesia and this national project that in many ways we've all been working towards in our lifetimes, towards the making of this nation state of Indonesia?
Well, thank you so much. Basically, I was shocked when the first time I went to Aceh, at the tip of Sumatra Island. I was covering the war in Aceh, the war for independence. At one point, because I need to interview the Aceh leaders, I went to Stockholm, Sweden, where many Acehese leaders were in exile. At one point, I asked them, why so angry with this so-called Javanese nation? The Acehnese argue that Indonesia is the pseudonym of Java nation, or Bangsa Jawa. Java is Indonesia's most important island, most populated, richest, politically, economically, culturally, whatever. And he was so angry. He stood up from his chair and shouting to me, "You Javanese dog!" calling me a dog. I was shocked because I am ethnic Chinese, born in Java. Like you, I was born in Jember, East Java. In Java, I grew up by being accused as being a Chinese. But if you are familiar with my language, with my bahasa Indonesia, you will know that I speak with strong Javanese accent. So that guy standing up and shouted to me, "You Javanese dog!" It was shocking to me. I thought we are a single nation. And that was the beginning of, I was trying to understand from one ethnic area to another, jumping from Sumatra to Kalimantan, where after the fall of Suharto, at least 6,500 Maduris people, ethnic Maduris, were beheaded, killed, heads chopped off. And then I went to Poso, where the violence around Lake Poso, killing at least 600 people, both sides, from the local that are mostly Christian, and some Balinese migrant, Hindu, and the migrants, mostly Muslim. And then I went to Ambon, 10,000 people were killed. And then went to Northern Molucas Island, 15,000 people were killed. And of course, I went to Papua. You might be in the audience familiar with killings, human rights abuses in Papua, and down to East Timor. It was also bloody. And went to Bali, remember the Bali bombing? And then back to Java, the most populous island. And I just learned that many of these ethnic groups, religious groups, harbor tension ones against another. The Javanese being discriminated in Sumatra. In Java, it is the ethnic Chinese, but there is also tension between ethnic Sundanese and ethnic Javanese. In Kalimantan, between ethnic Malay, ethnic Dayak, the indigenous Dayak group, and migrants like the Maduris, etc., etc. So religious tension, ethnic tensions are all there in Indonesia. And that was the point after 3 years traveling and reading, and then I did more research, reading, still doing long-distance interview. I just realized that this is a post-colonial nation, that before the Dutch, the British, the Portuguese, the Spanish managed to, because of multiple agreement, managed to make this archipelago as a single, under a single administration, the Dutch Indies. Indonesia used to have at least 430 kingdoms, sultanates, entities, power. And those ethnic lines, those power lines, do still exist in Indonesia of today.
Andreas, maybe you can, as you're speaking, I've been thinking about to what extent have those have those ethnic, religious cleavages, divisions, to what extent have they been politicised over the course of Indonesian history when we think about colonialism and then the post-colonial state? Why are there still those tensions, despite the nation still holding together and still moving forward? What has been the role of politics in working with those ethnic and religious tensions, do you think?
Very, very sharp questions. In general, people want to live in peace. These are hardworking people, like in Australia, like in Perth, like in Indonesia, Jakarta, Aceh, Jayapura, Manado. They want to work hard, they want to earn honest living, to feed their families, their children, send their kids to school, climbing the social ladder. Despite all of the differences, there are multiple degrees of tolerance and also intolerance. But in times of difficulties, the economic crisis of 97, 98, people want to have more say. People saw opportunities to have more say in terms of political needs, cultural needs, economic purposes, whatever. And they want to leverage. They don't want money or power being centralized, in their opinion. Thus, they try to do that via the legal political mechanism. When it didn't work, and then they do street protests. It didn't work, then they are going to use ethnic and religious cleavages, make it more extreme, and if necessary, in some instances, they will use violence. It happened. If we take a look at the Asian economic crisis, 90,000 people were killed here. 1965, during the Cold War, you know very well, 1 million people were killed. 1945 until 1949, I don't know how many people were killed. So during global crisis, the Second World War, the end of Second World War, the Cold War, Vietnam, the US, France leaving Indochina, and then Asian economic crisis, there were global problems, economic problems. Food become more expensive, gasoline. Then people are trying to get more say in what they see as opportunities. And if things not work well via the legal, painstaking maybe mechanism, they will use violence.
Thank you for those reflections. Well, next year Indonesia marks 25 years of democracy, and there will be meetings and conferences with that theme in terms of looking back on 25 years of democracy. So when we think about dealing with various aspects of the past, unresolved human rights abuses and so on, and doing this using violence and the burden of the past, which continues to haunt the Indonesian present, I wanted to ask you, a couple of weeks ago, there was a terrible tragedy in a football stadium near my hometown, near Malang, in Kanjuruhan, which claimed about 120 lives of football fans who had been subjected to the use of tear gas by the Indonesian police and the security forces in that stadium. What, in your view, does Kanjuruhan, that big soccer tragedy, one of the worst in the world, if not the worst, what does it tell us, do you think, about where Indonesian democracy is at today in terms of institutional reform, the conduct of the police force, the question of individual rights? What is the price of a life in Indonesia today that we can, and how does the government work to mitigate and reduce the risks of these disasters in the past? What are some of the lessons of this this tragedy in East Java a few weeks back, do you think?
You know, Vanessa, you was born in Malang. You know Malang very well. Football is #1 sport in Indonesia. Millions, dozens of millions of people love football. Men to women, children, adults. I live in Senayan. Just 1 kilometer from me is Indonesia's largest stadium, 90,000 seats. But football is also a blood sport here. You Google, and it is common to see at least one football fan was killed. It is very, very common in Indonesia that a stadium that has a match has only the home base fan to be the spectators. The fan of the incoming team are not allowed to watch the game inside this my stadium. Why? Because of so many hooliganism, so much violence. In Malang, for instance, it was a match between Arema Football Club and Persebaya from Surabaya. They are rivals. Thus, during the match, no Persebaya fan was allowed to enter the stadium. They did not sell the ticket. It means that football is a blood sport here. It's bloody, it's deadly. But to some extent, it is important to maintain this kind of blood sport, to channel geographical rivalry, to channel ethnic tension, and to a lesser degree, to channel religious sentiment. Because of course, many multiple areas have different ethnic and religious background. Despite the fact that, like, you know, most countries, Indonesia also has traded their football players, including from overseas. This sport become worse because the excessive use of force by the police, by the military. You can watch TV, you can watch YouTube, and you see how soldiers kicking, beating the football fans in Malang. And of course, they use tear gas to disperse what they claim to be threatening mob. And we knew that many people were trampled, stampede, dead. Until 2 days ago, at least 131 were killed, including children. It shows the ethnic tension inside Indonesia. It shows the geographical rivalry between one city to another. But it also shows that the police is not totally accountable to the politician, that elected politician, that the police has military function. The police in Indonesia is not merely a police force. It has a paramilitary force. It is called BRIMOB, Brigade Mobile. And in fact, 9 of the police commanders that shot the tear gas in Malang, inside that stadium, were BRIMOB platoon or company commanders, 9 of them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Indonesian military also has the police role. They are often assigned to do policing work. So it is murky. Indonesia will celebrate next year how many years? 75 years independence. But there are so many homework that we brought back from 1945. 75 years ago, are still here to stay. The murky role of the militias, those that were installed during the Japanese occupation period, where the military were also involved in politics, but politics always involved militancy.
Yes, and of course, Indonesia goes to elections in 2024 as well, and it's the end of the final term of President Joko Widodo. So it'll be very interesting times politically as we go into the next couple of years for our near neighbour. I wanted to now shift in terms of the issue of writing and the theme of this session, which is writing and rights. So what are some of the, at the moment you're the Human Rights Watch representative for Indonesia, so I wanted you to sort of reflect as long-term activists, as working for a human rights organisation, and as a writer yourself, can you reflect on how the concept of rights fits into your writing? How can a writer make a difference? Is there a role for the writer, do you think?
Of course. I truly believe in writing, that writing is so important. I believe that, of course, I'm talking about fact-based writing, journalism, or we call it journalism. I believe that journalism is highly needed for our society, whether it is in Perth, whether it is in Jakarta or Bali. And I believe the better the quality of a journalism in a society, the better the quality of the information that that particular society will get. Thus, they are more informed in making their decision, whether about election, about traffic, about whatever. We need fact-based writing or journalism to decide what we are going to do with our life. Or in bahasa Indonesia, I call it this way: makin bermutu jurnalisme, the better the quality of your journalism, makin bermutu masyarakat itu, the better the quality of that society. Vice versa, if the quality of the journalism, let's say in Perth or in Jakarta, is in decline, then the quality of democracy, the quality of that society in Perth or Jakarta will also decline. Writing about human rights is a part about journalism. Quality journalism will always include, the struggle for all of us to fight for justice, for the truth, meaning human rights. So I truly believe in writing about this fact, including human rights abuses, extrajudicial killing, sexual violence, criminal defamation, you name them, mass killing, disability rights, LGBT rights. I truly believe that. I have faced so much risk, from death threat to online bullying, but I think that is the price that we need to pay to provide quality writing to our society.
I suppose I come at it from a slightly different perspective, which is as an academic historian, but also looking at how to think about the multitude, the plethora of activities that Indonesians are doing in terms of addressing a past of violence, trying to find a way for a better future, but also looking at the role of fiction and poetry. So one of the things that I've been working on this year, for example, is to translate a poetry collection by Putu Oka Sukanta, who is been awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award by the Ubud Writers Festival as a former political prisoner, and looking at the role of fiction and literature in coming to terms with the past. And I think perhaps that, Andreas, the challenges that we face in Indonesia in terms of the closing off of democratic civil society, democratic space in Indonesia, that sometimes fiction can perhaps play some of that role in terms of deflecting the very confrontational way of writing in Indonesian society, which is often not tolerated by the powers that be, by the authorities. So that fiction, poetry, and so on can actually play that role in terms of allowing the survivors to come to terms with the past, but also to feel that their voices are reflected within these works without risking excessively the wrath of the authorities. So I suppose I see it a little bit differently to you as well. While there's room for factual writing, for creative non-fiction and so on, that there's perhaps also room for fiction and poetry and so on to do some of that work, that recovery, that healing, that bridge building work that I think is so valuable in terms of social repair in Indonesia.
Oh yeah, I do not dispute that. But my background is journalism. I write fact. In fact, when you are a journalist, you know very well that you are really trained and disciplined if you don't write factfully. But of course, it has limitation. It takes a lot of time, research, interviews, reading a lot of material before you write, sit down your whatever newspaper report or academic paper. I define journalism as anything written based on fact to serve the public. You can write fact, but only for your company's internal communication need or government needs. But writing for the public means journalism. With the incoming of the internet, advertisement money being sucked up by Google or Facebook, the pressure on newsroom, the pressure on human rights organization or environmental rights organization, we are having a lot of burden with that.
What about the role of something like the internet communications laws in Indonesia, the IIT laws, in terms of reducing the capacity of journalists and activists to critique power, to say something about public officials, to talk about environmental degradation, for example, to curb some of the powers of big business and what they can do in Indonesia? What's the role of the law within that?
Oh, it is very repressive. The laws in Indonesia, i.e. the criminal code, the internet law, they are very repressive. They have created an atmosphere of fear, an atmosphere of self-censorship in Indonesia. I met so many journalists who self-censor themselves because of the limitation that they face. And not only the journalists themselves, the sources, the official that they interviewed. I met many sources who retracted what they have told journalists before on the record and saying that it was wrong. So you can imagine in an environment like this, how will people like you, like me, operate? Because our sources might turn against us once the story is published. In 1945, when Indonesia declared independence from the Netherlands, we had only 35 articles, criminal defamation articles. In Bahasa Indonesia, we call it pasal karet, robbery article, or in the Dutch, it was called hatsai artikel, hate articles. Now, more than 70 years after independence, we have more than 100 articles. During the Dutch, the maximum penalty was 7 years in exile. Like Sukarno, he was sent into exile on Flores Island, in the town. Now, the maximum penalty is life sentence. You can imagine the tension that many journalists, many writers, many columnists face in Indonesia. But to be fair, let's also compare with other parts of the region. All these 11 countries in Southeast Asia, but Timor-Leste, East Timor, the 10 countries from Indonesia to Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, they all have criminal defamation article. And over the last 2 decades, after the Asian economic crisis that brought change to the region, we are also seeing the ranking of press freedom dropping significantly, at least in 3 countries, Indonesia, Thailand, and the Philippines. If you take a look at the Reporters Without Borders ranking or Freedom House ranking, there are some countries that remain bad or worse even. Myanmar is the worst in the world now in terms of journalists being jailed. We are also seeing countries that remain more or less at the bottom, at the bottom quarter of 200 countries in the world. That include Malaysia, Vietnam, Laos, Malaysia was slightly better than, of course, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. But we are seeing a significant drop from Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, and also Cambodia, despite the UN-sponsored election 20 years ago in Cambodia. This is not good for the region, and this is the region next to Australia. I really do hope that Australian intellectual, academics, government officials do see that way. If we want to grow together, if we want to be good neighbors, Australia, New Zealand, and also East Timor, for the sake of democracy, should help ASEAN to be better in dealing with freedom of speech, freedom of expression, press freedom.
Thank you. Thanks, Andreas, for it's certainly food for thought in terms of where press freedom sits in Australia and the role of journalists in Australia as well, and to what extent they can critique our government. But let's move to the audience. I'm very mindful of time, that I also want to see if the audience has some questions for you as well. I see Krishna has a question. Krishna Sen.
Hi, Krishna. How are you?
Hi, Andreas.
I follow your, what is it, battery car, right?
Can we talk about that another time, please? Can you hear me? I apparently have to hold it right up. Andreas, whenever we've sort of met, we talk about Indonesia. But recently I've been thinking more and more about my own place of origin, India. So if you look at the successive indexes that Reporters Without Borders and Freedom House bring out, the Press Freedom Index, and I know you'll be looking at that more carefully than I do, I can see what you mean by Indonesia still not performing wonderfully, but in the last 5 years, if you place Indonesia and India next to each other, you can see how India has fallen down the ranks more rapidly than Indonesia has risen, but now they are almost parallel. They're almost on the same point on that index. So I'm wondering that as a kind of elder activist now, Andreas, whether you actually can look back and think and say, well, perhaps we have achieved something. Perhaps globally, Indonesia has become, in the global context, more free. I'm not saying that the real freedoms, felt freedoms on the ground have improved, because that's a different measure. That's an almost impossible measure. But in the view of the world, Indonesia is a more democratic place. So I guess sitting in Australia, that's a point I want to make, and I want to make it again and again. Thanks.
What's your response to that, Andreas? Indonesia it has become a democratic place. We need to recognise that as well in terms of how far Indonesia has come.
Oh yeah, the fact that I can talk on the screen in front of you, relatively speaking freely, it is something. Krishna, I had dinner last night at the British ambassador residence. And he told me that his colleague in Moscow has a much more beautiful ambassador residence than him. But the UK ambassador to Moscow, they cannot have a dinner like last night, because Moscovites, Russian, they are afraid to attend a dinner in the ambassador residence. There's a atmosphere of suspicions once against another. Or you can read Ai Weiwei op-ed this morning at the New York Times. He also said more or less the same thing. There is an atmosphere of fear in China. So we used to have that. You know that very well. When we met in Jakarta, how many years ago? Two decades ago. There was an atmosphere of fear. But like it or not, there should be people brave enough to take the risk, a calculated risk, to fight for freedom. And this is one that I admire among my fellow Indonesian, be they are Papuans, be they are, Maduris in Kalimantan, or Acehnese that fight for freedom in Aceh, in Sharia control Aceh. I admire them so much. And to some extent, because Indonesia is so diverse, it is also difficult for the rulers to control Indonesia, just like, for instance, Xi Jinping controlled the more homogeneous China. The fact that we speak so many languages, I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of languages that we speak, it makes controlling the whole population more difficult. But again, I don't know. There are so many theories of democracy, democratization. What I can do is, with the time that is given to us, how we will use it to maximize the spaces that we one day will inherit to our children and our grandchildren. I want to do that. Yesterday, another story, a transgender woman in Palangkaraya called me. She said she is so afraid. There is an ongoing homophobic campaign in central Kalimantan. And she's afraid to write, even to write. She's in hiding. And I told her, look, like it or not, you need to face the risk. You are a leader. She's a leader among her transgender community. If a leader does not want to take the risk, what will happen to your members? So she decided to take the risk and to keep on writing and to keep on thinking freely. That is what I really admire from my fellow Indonesian.
Got another question at the back here, Andreas.
Thanks for your time. Have you considered the impact of the outcome of the Julia Assange case on freedom of information, not just for the press, but freedom of information in general in Indonesia? Have you considered what impact the outcome of the Julia Assange case may have on rights in Indonesia?
There are many things that Julian Assange had helped create in Indonesia. Of course, one of his most important contributions is the videos that Chelsea Manning had sent to WikiLeaks, including the shooting of the Reuters, a building where Reuters was located in Baghdad. You might remember there's a video footage, a US chopper hitting that building. It helped create the impression that the US also did many things wrong. It made the US position more complicated in the views of many Indonesians, which is okay, which is correct, because the world is not as simple as, let's say, for this time being, the West versus Russia or the West versus China. The world is complicated. It helped Julian Assange, Chelsea Manning, have to educate the public at large, including in Indonesia, that we need to understand many facts, many details that might change our black and white perception of the world. And to that degree, of course, we have to thank Julian Assange.
Thanks very much. One more quick one. One more quick question. David, in the front, David Hill.
Hi, Andreas. This is David Hill speaking. You reminded us that next year will be 25 years since the fall of Suharto. And you've also reminded us that there are a range of splits and fissures that are appearing within Indonesia between different ethnic groups, between different linguistic groups, tensions between religious communities. I wonder if you can reflect upon what might have been done differently in the last 25 years by the democratic movement, which might have led to a more harmonious and equal Indonesian society, and whether you think the future is going to bring a better circumstance for Indonesia than the last 25 years have brought.
That's certainly a very big question, and probably a good one to end our session on. So, Andreas, any thoughts about that? What could the democracy movement have done to ensure a more equal Indonesia?
Vanessa, I read David Hill paper the first time when I was in college, in university. I study at Satya Wacana Christian University in Salatiga. David and Krishna know many of my college professors, including Arif Budiman, Ariel Herianto, Jos Adicondro, and many others. To respond to your questions, David, I went to Salatiga last week. I stepped into my alma mater, my campus, last week. It was the first time in 29 years. I have never wanted to return to my campus. I hated my campus. Why? You might know this book. This is a copy book. Kemelut, UKSW, 94-95. The turmoil at the Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana, 94-95. When Arif Budiman was fired, and then more than 100 other professors either forced to resign or make their life difficulties with their houses, with their income, whatever. I wanted to return there because Arif Budiman has died 2 years ago. May God bless him. I would like to visit his grave to pay my respect, trying to meet his widow. Unfortunately, she was not at home. But of course, by being in Salatiga, after nearly 3 decades, I met many other longtime friends. And they told me that the so-called apology that the university had conveyed to Arif Budiman and pay his unpaid salaries for I don't know how many years, they were trying to reconcile with the past. But Arif is only a single person. There are more than 100 other professors who were fired or forced to resign. And not to say thousands of students like me who felt betrayed, who felt stabbed by my own university. That is Indonesia. I don't know how many millions of people felt betrayed by our nation over the last 7 decades. How many millions of family members of the communists, of the Maduris, of the Acehnese, of the Papuan, of the Timoris, who felt betrayed, who felt that the state did nothing to protect their rights. What can we do in hindsight that will make Indonesia better today? I was only 2 nights in Salatiga, But the memory of my campus, my alma mater that I left 30 years ago, is that they should not clamp down uh, freedom of expression. Ari Budiman was only criticizing the rector, the election of a new president of the university, and he was fired. And I know how many dozens of student publications being forced to close, including my student magazine, Imbas. So if only we did not close down the press, free press, I am absolutely sure Salatiga will be a better town today. Just like if we did not close down the Tech Editor and Tempo magazine weeklies in 1994, Indonesia will be a much better nation state today. And we closed down so many newspapers, radio stations. We fired so many journalists. I don't know how many journalists were fired over the last 3 decades in Indonesia. I truly believe in media freedom, David. If only we can keep our newspapers, radios, now online news. Journalists always mess up, okay? We make mistakes. We take bribes. Journalists in Indonesia are notorious for taking bribes. But it is not a pretext to close down their newspapers. If journalists do wrong, expose them. If journalists take bribe, expose them. Shaming them. Shaming journalists. If I do wrong, criticize me. But don't close down the newsroom.
I think
that I learned from my 2 days in Salatiga, Vanessa.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you, David, for the question. I think that there's a nice point at which we can wrap up in terms of thinking about Indonesia as an ongoing project, in terms of addressing the past, building for a better future, and that it's a situation that will continue to evolve, and it needs a lot of allies wherever they may be. And we hope that many of you will continue to maintain an interest in what goes on in Indonesia and maintain your links with the country, and continue to support various civil society initiatives and writing projects and so on that keep that dream alive of fighting for a better society and a better future for our children. So thanks very much, and I just want to thank the audience for having come and participated today, the festival, and to remind you there is a bookstall run by Crow Bookshop downstairs. I have some copies of my book, Unmarked Graves, Death and Survival in the Anti-Communist Violence in East Java, Indonesia, on sale downstairs. And also please don't forget to get copies of Andreas's book, Race, Islam and Power, available at all good bookshops. And thank you very much for coming along, everybody. Thanks, Andreas. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.